Yoda. And what I'm going to do is walk you through. Obviously, you can see all the buy zones that I had. A ton of buys here, buys in here, buys for this jump, right? And this pump here, and etc. So we're going to jump over to the chart, and I want to just kind of cover the basics of where we had. So if you guys are unfamiliar, we have a trade that we did, and it is, let me go to the academy. It's an email alert, right? So an email alert is where I'll do a trade that I'm doing and I'll just send out an email. So here you can see we had a long call out February 4th at 2 p.m. 2 days ago that we had a long IOTA 50x, stop loss 40%, 500 or to $1,000 trade, entry target 24.16 and below, target 25 cents plus, sell on a 30-minute red trend alert, right? So then that happened 2 days ago, so February the 4th. Now, below 24. So then here's what we have to do is we got to slide over to IOTA. And what we want to do here is go back and at that time period, the 4th, let's go over here to the 15-minute. And our trade was basically entered when we had our 15-minute come alive. And the alert went out over here on the 4th at about 2 p.m., which is in this little part here. You can see there's a little bit of line. So this would be our beginning of a call out, right? And it's just a February 4th, 2 o'clock. There you go. And that's the beginning of our trading section. And what we're doing here is when the call out goes out, the entire entry is based on the 15-minute. The next time we get a 15-minute moon. So we had our moon come in, we had our red moon come in, and the trend in the moon is what we're looking for. As we come across, we see that we get our moon, we come all the way down, here's our next moon, here's our next trend, right? So the moon entry is here, would have put you at about 23.77. The trend alert is up here, put you at about 23.99, right? Now, as you can see inside of the email was a entry 24.16. So it's always entry 24.16. It's always the below entry, right? So when you see IOTA above here, right, you'd wait for 24.16, and then once you have the 24.16 range, you allow it to play out until it goes back into a winning trade, which is a green moon and a green trend. And then you have your entry point right there. Put you at about 20, we'll just say 24, doesn't really matter, right? So now at that point, we're in a trade here, right? So the trades that we're operating off of are the same exact trades over and over, right? So it's going to be a green moon, going to be a green trend, it's going to be positive volume, right? There's always a pull up, push, and then a pull back. So on that alert, if you take the first alert, what's going on, man? La Mike, what's going on? Frid, what up, man? Don't forget to hit the likes, guys. Share the live, guys, so we can go through this. Share the live real quick. Appreciate it. So now, if you get your fizz alert on your 15-minute moon, you'd be looking to get your entry there because you have a go ahead on that alert. That 15-minute moon entry is what we're entering on. 15-minute moon and trend is a definitely entry with the positive volume right there. Here's a second entry. And then let's say that you were missing that alert. But if you caught that alert and you got into the worst case scenario, you can see that we pushed that up to about 2.5%. So if you're doing a 50x, you would have made 125, 130, 130% on that trade. So that's the first trade right there. If you missed that trade and you didn't get your alerts set up properly, you would see that it hits, and then you would see that once the 15-minute value breaks, you need to let the pullback happen for the second entry, which would be here. Now, when that pullback happens, volume comes down, RSI comes down, hits the bottom, creates that movement to the top where you're seeing the 15-minute volume pushing back up to positive, and this is where you would basically take advantage of this move here above the retest, right? So you don't have to have a moon right there because you already had the retest on the moon. Here's the moon down here. Here's the retest. Volume comes up, testing, and now this second retest heading up would give you the ability to say that, especially with the RSI at the bottom, That's all you need is the RSI to be coming out the bottom and a volume retest to confirm that this is a momentum move to the top, right? So it should give you another enter here. Plus, you have a 15-minute trend already. So the trend is letting you know that the volume is going in your favor already. So all you really need this to do is reset your RSI. Needs to show a little support heading up above the volume right here, positive, and that gives you a second entry. So a second entry point would have been somewhere on one of these coins here. It doesn't really matter. And you can see here we end up touching another solid 1% move. So right there, if you're doing your stop losses or take profits at 50, should hit your 50%. If it didn't hit your 50%, right, you can see that on here, the pullback is a 50% stop loss. So this would be your lower level of your stop loss. Doesn't hit that, ends up running, and then it makes its move to the top side, which if you had to stay in and you didn't hit that first one, this one went 1.5% moves, which creates basically a 50% take, and you would hit there. Now you're in the same boat that you just did. You're now, after your take profits hits, you see your RSIs coming all the way back down on the 15-minute. You're seeing your volume break down pretty low. And then once it breaks down there, it starts to head up. You can see your volume crossing. And right here, as the volume starts to push up, what you're looking for is your 15-minute moon to come back in. And now that you're missing your 15-minute trend, this is where you can basically wait for that to, come back around because you don't have the volume you want. And now you need a little more confirmation, right? Now, the only way to override that is on the higher time frames if everything's going your way, and the lower time frames are showing, strong volumes in there. You can make a decision to take this trade early, or you can just simply sit it out and say, I'm going to wait for my 15-minute moon to come back, my 15-minute trend to come back, a retest of volume, right, which is kind of like after this move here would go all the way down, and all that's happening is it's resetting again, moving along, and you're just being patient until you get your 15-minute moon again, then you get your 15-minute trend again, and then you allow a retest to happen, which is simply at this point would be right here. You let the 15-minute come down, and then right when the 15-minute finds its hold and starts to move up, that's where you would be taking an entry point right in here, somewhere off of this 15-minute crossing, right? So somewhere in here you'd be in a nice little trade, and then from that point, you're locked in with a 50% stop loss and a 1% or 50% gain. Obviously here you can see we easily crush the 1%, and it actually goes up to 2% here. So you would have caught 100% gain on there. Now, what I want to point out to you guys is once a coin starts to emulate processes where it's doing a trade, right? Once it's doing a trade and it's starting to execute a trade, the next thing that you have to do is you need to, at that point, when you execute on it, you need to realize that every time it executes a trade, a 15-minute trade, every single time it gets stronger, right? So this particular time was the third time that we've seen this trade happen, right? So we took advantage of that first move of that first trade here. If you didn't, you took advantage of the second pullback and you won, and then you had another pullback and you won, right? So then we're at the point here is once we take advantage of this move, it's either the second or the third trade inside that zone. So now you know that, with the volume, right? So you see a 15-minute volume. If it's holding heavy volume there and it starts to pull back here, and you can see how far above it is above the zero line, what you can do at that moment is when you put in your 40% bag, you can ask for a 100% target at that point because you are in a little, you got more volume, right? You look at the 15-minute volume, it has to, the odds of it is, five out of 10 times is going to break loose for a 2, 3, 4% move, right? As it continues to build momentum. So you can then go for that point when you have your 3, if your volume is heavy on your 15-minute and you've had a huge spike with a retest and another spike with a retest, I would go for the 100% there. Now, the other thing you can do is when you have that type of move, is you can take your entry, your 3 trade entry, and you can bump your first entry up to 60%, and you can kind of
Mi
reverse
amor, yo
it.
pensando a ti, tú no crema.
You
Los
can
videos estaban
reverse
para
it,
ti mucho
right?
antes.
So you can basically say, okay, I'm going to take my second and my third trade and put those in first at 60%. And then when there's a pullback, I will put in my other 40% of my trade if I need to. And obviously right here, you didn't need to, you hit your 2.5%. You would have made your money right here already. And now you're out to trade. Now the trade recycles again. 15-minute red moon comes. Now remember, there's no trend. Eventually we get a trend right here. It pulls down. We see the volume retesting, right? And then all of a sudden we get a 15-minute alert. We get a 15-minute trend popping in at the same time. And now we're in the same scenario. 15-minute moon, 15-minute trend. The 15-minute RSI is already, retested a few times on the bottom, and it's making its move up. And your positive volume here has already had a push and kind of like gave you an idea that it's showing support. So now that it's breaking positive and the 15 is coming from the bottom, you can go ahead and take your trade here because you do have confirmation, right? You have a moon, but you also have a trend at the same time, and the RSI is coming off a bottom retest, right? Even though it only got to the 20, it also shows you that it's stronger than before because it's not hitting zero. It's not going all the way down. It's actually, levitating in a little bit higher areas, right? So you just want to kind of like see where you're at with your RSIs. If it hits the bottom and it does a retest, this one comes down. Let me get my zero line here. So this one comes down, bounces, comes up, bounces, right? And you can see there it doesn't go all the way to the zero line. Shows some earlier push, but all you need is two
Yeah, it came
confirmations.
to
Moon, trend, that's your confirmation because you already have the volume here building momentum. So now on this trade, here's another circumstance
my
where
love.
since it's your fourth or fifth trade,
Oh,
you
shoot.
can go into this trade thinking to yourself
I
that
spoke.
I'm gonna, go for 100% gainer on my take
She wants
profit,
to go to makeup
and I'm gonna
school.
do a
She wants to go to
60%
school.
entry
And she does go to
prior to
school.
like
And I was like,
40%.
go
And what that's
learn
going
how
to
to
do
be a
for
makeup
you, like
artist.
it's going to allow you to take advantage of um, the push that happens, right? So um, that's really what you take advantage of right there, right? So that's how you can tell when to increase or go for those bigger numbers is simply by playing the end of it stronger, right? Because the end of it is where it has its last hoorahs, is what we kind of call it, the last hoorahs. And then from there, that's pretty much how the trade works. Now, if we look at XMR, right, it's kind of in the opposite side of it, right? So XMR here, you can see it's pushing up. The 15-minute doesn't really cross there, right? So we know that the first pullback could be a hefty one until this becomes a trade that is interesting into buyers, right? So right now, you're going to get a pullback here, and then that pullback will basically be where you take your second entry. Or a lot of times, just like how you allow a trade to develop, right, where it builds up momentum. A lot of times when you have this first 15-minute breaking of the positive, a lot of times you can just say, okay, my first entry is going to come after the 15-minute resets because it hasn't shown you that it can get support on the positive value. So that's how you can understand momentum, right? So right now, XMR is really it doesn't have a momentum move right now, but it's in a position where it's starting to build momentum, right? It's hanging around $11.70 to $12.10, and now it's going to kind of like work that little area. So it'll have where the RSI and the money's kind of slowing down, but the price is still jumping up and pushing a little bit higher levels for that, and that's where you can see the momentum build, right? So it's always key to not panic with your second entry on your first one, is to allow the entries to kind of like come back down and get yourself into a XMR trade that's a little more um, building momentum there. So we got our first trade in there. It's coming around. It's working its system. So it's got a little bit of time there, but it's also showing. And here we go with the X iota is showing two bounces on the 15. So we need to get into a reversal on this thing. 15-minute. But that's how you build into this XMR, right? So XMR is just going to be building into this. So we're expecting a pullback on this XMR because it is the first push of the 15-minute. You can expect a bigger pullback and less support on the volume and the momentum because it just hasn't built it, right? So we're going to expect a pullback, then we'll expect another entry, and then maybe a same height pullback, and then from there we'll kind of work sideways until things get better, right? Now the reason why we wait for a 30-minute trend is simply because when you have a 30-minute trend, it just validates that there's strength inside of the coin already, momentum, so the pullbacks won't be as deep as they normally are, right? So you could get a point where a pullback might be just a small little pullback like this, and then there's a push, right? That's kind of like the benefit of here. So like when we're looking at XMR here, we have an average entry of 112.30, and so far we're still waiting for that pullback. So we're staying in our zone here, not too shabby here. I think it went negative 22% so far. So far it's had a negative 22 and it's been positive about 30%. So it's kind of working that system there. It's just building momentum. So we're not too worried about it. This is where you can turn around here, set your, especially if it's early, set your take profit at 100, your stop loss at your 50. And really what we're doing here is if it hits that 100 because of a spike or anything like that, I'm happy to take my initial trade out, and then what happens is you turn it into where you would then use those profits to get another re-entry, right? Which would be after this pullback here, we would enter again. And the ideal here is that as you start to understand there's multiple trades happening every time there's a 15-minute moon and trend option, you can compound your money. And if you can get 3 100% wins on the small bag, that's equivalent to 40% 3 times. That's about 120%, which means you doubled your bag and you have 20% extra. So what you can do at that point, if it's the second, third, or fourth trade, if the momentum of the trade is still building to the big one, like meaning that there's still a 4-hour moon, a 4-hour trend, a 3-hour moon, a 3-hour trend, or a 2-hour moon and a 2-hour trend possibility of a trade, then what you can do is on your third and fourth opportunities, or fourth and fifth, you can increase your entry instead of doing, let's say you're doing a 40% of the bag, right? At that point, what you can do is, since you have house money, is that you can take the amount. So if you have say a $50 trade and you're putting in 20 bucks for your initial, what you can do is take the house money and add to the entry, meaning that 20 bucks of the trade and 20 bucks of the house money. So make it a $40 entry, right? Or you can take half the house money and say, well, I'm up 120 bucks, right? So I'm going to go ahead and put 60 in here on the entry. Now you have 60 bucks of your profit going into the trade, and you're not at risk at anything for the day because the rest, it's all house money. So the next two entries of $60 is pure profit. And now you can make profit actually work for you, right? And that's another video. That's something we'll do in a boot camp down the road. But it's just so that you can understand, like, as you come forward and once you master how to make these 15-minute trades, then you can come full circle and get to the point where you can execute these trades, get in and out, and then just keep making more trades, right? So just keep compounding your money, and then you can just keep adding to your entries and to your movements. And what that does for you, it just helps you get to a point where you're just executing better. That's all it is. It's a very simple way to um, build up your bag scenario, and also make sure that you're hitting your 50%, 100% targets every time. And that allows you to, learn how to enter the trades as they move up and down. So, it's like, okay, I don't need to rush here. I got to pull back. And then you'll start to notice when things pull back, they're not as strong. And as they move forward, they get more momentum. And then you'll realize where you are taking less risk because you're waiting for pullbacks. You're not getting aggressive in the wrong areas. And then you're getting aggressive when you need to be aggressive, right? So that is kind of like what comes over time as you trade. because eventually you get to the point where as you trade, you become better and better and better at seeing momentum and volume, and that just allows you to, dictate the amounts that you put in, so that way you're winning more, right? So very very simple thing. So XMR, we're doing really well here on this. We had a slight pullback, like I thought, because it's pretty strong, and now we're going to get this full push up here. Now for us, we need that 15-minute or the 5 minute to hit the bottom and start to go up, right? And that's kind of like the key for us. And then we need to see where the 15-minute is. It's getting pinned to the ceiling here. So it looks like the 15-minute is going sideways, which just means there's a lot of volume here. So my next would be like, okay, so when does the 30? The 30 is pinned as well. So everything is pinned up there, right? So there's a lot of momentum on Monero right now. So that's going to hold it up there. Now, if my 1 hour is pinned as well, that means we have a solid main RSI is all pinned to the ceiling. And now you have your 2 hour that needs to push all the way up. So this is a scenario where Monero looks very, very strong. And since all those RSIs are pinned, that means the 2 hour, the 3 hour, and the 4 hour should be moving fairly quickly here to trigger moons and trends to feed into this frenzy here. So that's kind of where we're at. So now we're just, same system. We're waiting for our pullback right here. It looks like, as I can see here, everything is heading up. The pullback here is going to be on that 5 minute, right? And it looks like we're getting there. There you go. Look at that. Spike to 100%. See that? So now we spiked to 100%. We got paid on Monero, right? Now it was a smaller bag, which is okay. So now we just got to get to the point where with the smaller bag, now we got to let the reset happen, right? So we spiked up. We made our 100% on our 40% bag. So right now we're up 40% on our trade, right? So it's a winner. Now what we need to do here is when this pullback happens, we need to look for another entry, right? So now I go to my 15-minute. I look for the normal pullback. That doesn't look like it's actually happening right now, but it should slightly pull from here. There it goes. It finally crossed over. So now my next entry here is going to be, instead of it being my second entry, it'll actually be my first entry. So that was the first entry, and I'll mark that here. So, I mean, guys in the Discord, that makes sense, guys? You understand what I'm saying as you move forward? Who's in there? Anthony, let me unmute Anthony. Just so you know, Anthony, I know you can hear me. You always got to mute your mic on the bottom when you're talking. Always have that mute on there, Albert. Albert! Make sure you put your mute in there, big dog. Bonkers. What's going on, Bonkers?
Yeah, man. Sorry, VC. Again,
You're good, bro. I just want to make sure when I mute you that you still hear me. So we're all good there. I just unmute you later. Bonkers. So that makes sense, bro? Like how we're moving through the system, taking the profits and just waiting for the resets. So we can do multiple trades on one coin. So particularly right here, we've already accomplished our trade. We put that there for the recognition of 13. This is where we scored our first long. So we hit 100% there, right? So that's the first trade. Now we need a pullback. And then when this pullback happens, we're going to get a second trade. And then we'll be able to work our way up here. I don't know what that first entry was. We'll just throw it in there. It's fine. All right, so here's our first entry, our first take, our first profit. What's up, Keys? Yo, Joe 90, what's up, baby? So that makes sense. Discord, Coded. Appreciate you, Coded, guys. If you're not inside the TikTok, guys, make sure you get in there, share the live, hit some likes in there. We'll get 10,000 likes going, build it up real quick. So that's kind of like the way you guys can kind of like see momentum and start learning that there's multiple trades. So there's no harm in taking a trade and like taking your 50% gain or 100% hit and then roll it to the next thing, right? And then do it again. because now all I'm doing is compounding, the profits that were just made, right? And if you do it, I do it a few times. I don't know how to say that. Mahalex Ivakalin. I don't know. Mia Alex Venakalina. All right, that's definitely Italian, so let that one ride. Quite frankly, what's going on, man? So this way, guys, you can see that you can take advantage of every move, and then that move is going to always pull back, right? Because it has to build momentum. And right now, because the volume is below the 15, there isn't that much momentum there. So it needs to build that momentum up. Now, as it builds that momentum, we can take advantage of all the pullbacks and then take advantage of re-entering and just playing this up to the upside. That's kind of what it is. Who that? Young. Are you playing guitar, bro?
Yo. Oh, sorry.
What you got, man? A class?
I'm at the fields. I thought my mic was on. I'm sorry, y'all.
What are you at the soccer game, bro?
I just played some soccer.
Soccer. Play some football.
Some football.
Football.
Okay, I'll be back. Sorry about that.
Right, you're good, bro. All right, so same system over and over. Here we go in our pullback. Obviously, we're getting a pullback. The reason why we take profits, guys, is because it pulls back, right? So all the times when you guys are hodling or holding or whatever, it's giving back profits. So now we're going to take advantage of this pullback, get ourselves a little more area. Now, the beautiful thing is, while we're waiting on this pullback, we can notice that the 3-minute volume is pretty much above the 0 line, all right, indicating that it's got some decent momentum here. So we should be getting some decent trades as we move forward. Second thing is our 15-minute volume just breached the 0 line. So we're one good push away from finding support, which means there'll be 2 good trades coming up that should find some pretty good support, and that'll allow us to at least make 2 more trades, right? So that's how you can kind of see how many trades are building in, and then from there we should see something half decent. So now if you guys play Fibonacci's and all that stuff, if you go to your 3-minute, more than likely you're going to bounce off of a Fibonacci. Normally it's going to be the 618, or it's going to be the 5005 right there. So those are some targets that you can look at. Me, I'm not too worried about it. I need the 15-minute RSI to kind of like, clamber down here and then give me my second entry here. So it's going to be a minute here as I wait for that. Now for IOTA, we're in the same scenario where we have our first entry already. We can't really enter until this breaks up to the 15-minute high. And we're going to need this to test right here, some positive volume. And then if it holds its test, then we can look for a solid entry on that retest right there. But we've got time. All right, what else are we looking at? King Vision, what up, man? So in the Discord, that guys, that makes sense for you? Making the same, we're doing the same trade, right? Key here is longs. We have a 30-minute trend, right? As long as we have a 30-minute trend, then we know we're in a pretty good trend area that we're trending to the positive here, right? All right, so XLR. Let's see this pullback here. And so far, I've seen where it went down to $1.11.60, right? So if you guys are watching the price, you can see that the lowest it's been is $111.60. All right, so to me, 110.53 is probably our target area for this. 5-minute needs to finish its pull down here. And like I said, the momentum's pretty strong here. So, sometimes with that momentum being so much volume here, we might not get as far as a pullback as we want. So 111.90 or 111.80 might be a pretty significant pullback. Is this dot P? Yeah, that's dot P. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So I'm thinking 11.90 might be a good stab right here. This $10.88, right? That would have been the best part, or this 11.60. So either way, looks like we're pushing here. Let's see. 15-minute still needs to pull down here. So we got a little bit of time to wait here. 30 minutes at the top. So I can let this entire thing play out, pull back completely before I get in here. And that's only because I don't have my volume supporting my need to go long. Over here, we got our positive volume tweaking right here. We can get our moon going. We have a 30-minute trend. So this is going to be our entry point here. You know, we have an alert on there. Let's see, 15-minute green, moon, XLM, IOTA, 4-hour long, 30-minute engine trend, 15-minute engine moon, IOTA, 15-minute trend, IOTA, 15-minute long moon alert. Yeah, so we have a long moon alert. I don't think we've got, oh, we got an alert right here. When that happened? All right, so we got a long alert at 2029. So 4 minutes ago, we got an alert that we should be getting a moon here on IOTA, and then we need a pullback from there to really set in. All right, now what I'm going to do here is, since I keep hitting 1160, you know, I want to start setting myself at my lower lows, right, which would be 1160 would probably be my lower lows, and then from 1160 down to, what was it, 1053. So let's go to $1.10, and we're going to start looking for $1.10, and I think it was 50, but we'll take $1.10 at 80 cents. So we're just setting our numbers up here, guys. If you look to the left, we're setting our numbers up for XMR pullback and short position. We're waiting for that to, you know, give us a better price. IOTA is starting to get to its next qualification here, or validation of a trade, right? So what do we need? We need a 15-minute moon. We have an alert, but that was 5 minutes ago. And normally you want alerts to be going off, right? So you guys, if you take a look at TikTok over here, there's alerts over here that we have for like our indicators, right? Now, there's a 15-minute long moon alert, right? See right there, it's active. Now the problem is I want this alert to go off continuously. It last triggered 1229, so, or 2029. That was, right now we're currently 2035. So we're 6 minutes from the last time it triggered. Now, for me to understand or see where that's actually like a fast trigger, or it's building momentum, then that alert should be going off continuously, right? At least every 3 to 4 minutes. So right now we don't have that. So that's kind of where we're at. Let me take a look here. So I do want to set an entry point here, probably at $1.11. I'm going to look for an entry point here at XMR. I don't want to miss my entry point here. Now the reason why I'm going to kind of like, see how this 15-minute volume is still below the zero line on XMR? Because of that, I have to respect the pullback more on this particular move than any other. Even though we have a 5-minute RSI hitting the bottom, which is going to have support, the 3-minute is on the bottom, it looks like support. So we should be nearing some type of like continuous hit. So for me, it's going to be, I mean, right there, it just looks like it wants to hit that at $1.1060. All right, so if I put in my $1.10 and I go split it, right? So 60 to 111, so we'll go $1.10.8, and I'll put an entry there for that entry point. And then I'm going to, if you guys are over here on TikTok, you can see here the prices I'm buying. So $1.10.8 and then $1.10.6 are going to be my entry points that I'm going to have at limit orders and limit buys. So $1.10.80, $1.10.60, and $1.10.70 are going to be my areas of interest. And then we'll go from there right now. So that's kind of like hitting the lower levels that we've had on XMR, just to give me, when it goes down there, just to let me know. But I feel like since the 3-minute trend never changed red, I feel like we're getting, some type of higher volume that we're not totally respecting right now because it's early in the game. But look at how high this 5-minute volume is. That's a lot of volume. I don't think it's going to pull back that far. 3-minute has a lot of volume. Whew. So now we have to start thinking like a little bit higher than our lower targets, maybe like a $1.11, $1.11.10 would probably be a good beginning of an entry. So we'll do something small on there, just so I know when it hits it.
Where's your stop loss on that?
Always, our stop loss is always going to be the same. All right, stop loss.
50%.
Yeah. And it's not triggered yet, so it's just waiting to come in. So once it gets triggered, then we'll set up the 50% stop loss and go there. Now you'll have other ones hit and trigger, and then that'll add to the bank, and then you put your stop loss. It'll move slightly, and you can just move it from there, keeping it at 50. But because it's got so much volume on the 5 and the 3, it doesn't look like it's really going to get too far down in those areas. You see how the 3 minutes bending up there, so it's having a little bit of support. The 5 minutes still has a little room to go down and kind of like go sideways. 15-minute is still bending down, which is probably the most important thing that we got to look at. All right, as soon as that decides to bend up, then the party's over, and we need to pick a line there and get a position kind of rolled out or where we want to be on that. 30 minutes at the top, so we got time. It's going to be battling sideways for a minute. All right, now IOTA's trying to build momentum, right? So has positive 15-minute, retest positive 15-minute. Now, a lot of times if it's going through this situation here where it's testing, you could get where it'll make a drop at that time because it's not building enough momentum, right? So if that 15-minute RSI gets to the top and starts to look like it wants to pull down, right, then we're in trouble there. But so far, the money line is still headed up, the 15 still headed up, and we got green across the board. Now, the thing about having green across the board is, eventually you get a scenario where green across the board has to go red somewhere, right? We're kind of like filling that section there. Let's see. $30-minute pump, 30-minute pullback. Starting to show some volume here. Now, if that 30-minute fails to like really show any type of volume, like it's got a 25, 27, but it's right back literally where it started. So if this pushes up one more time and doesn't get close to a moon, then you know that you're in a situation where you got too much of a drag on it, and more than likely the 1 hour is going to continue to pull, right? So we're always waiting for the 1 hour to move. So right here, just on safety protocol, we need 15, 30, and 1 hour in our favor, right? So right now, 15's in our favor, 30's in our favor. The 1 hour is the only one kind of dangling. So if we see the price go level and then start to, move up. So the 15-30 is in our direction. The 1 hour money line is starting to bend in our direction. So this area here, about 25.17, would be an area that we say, okay, around this area would be looking for confirmation of a long, right? Meaning that we need a 1 hour move up on the money line or 1 hour moon, or we need to see this RSI move to the top. 30-minute wise, you need a 30-minute moon here as well, so that hasn't happened. And you need a 30-minute trend, which you do have. So just working through its consolidation mode. We just want to make sure that we get a solid, repeat of what we're looking for. Now let's go over to XMR. Oh, there is XMR making its jump, right? And that's because all that momentum there. I was talking about the 5-minute is going to be the one you want to grab right there. The reason why the 5-minute was an option there is just because so much volume on the 3 and the 5-minute, right? When you have so much volume like all that up there, I mean, it's just letting you know that it's got movement in it, right? So even if we didn't have it here on this 15-minute, which is starting to bend up very slowly, meaning that the push is happening, with a very small amount of people. There's not like a massive push on XMR, but that could change as soon as somebody starts talking about it or thinks that it's making a big move because it's due, something like that. But here we can see the volume is retesting the 15-0 line, and that right there would be an area that you can take advantage of in entry, right? It would have been one of these red candles here, right? Either of those, and right here in the 3-minute bounced up and crossed up. So you'd be in here somewhere. Here would be your entry. Now, if you miss that entry, like where I'm at right now, I don't worry about it too much because I still, at the end of the day, it's got to reset itself anyways. So now what I'm looking for is, for it to pull back and then give it some room and then look for the next entry of the reset, right? Which is just simply the 5-minute going back down to the bottom from the top, getting to the bottom and starting reset, and then taking advantage of the next move. So same trade over and over. It just comes down to when you execute it, how you execute it. And then when you see the bigger volume, right? Look at all that 5-minute volume. When you see that volume, just realizing that you don't need the 15-minute to reset because it's probably not going to pull down that much. You can take advantage when you see the 5-minute RSI bounce up right here, and then you can look at it and take advantage of that kill zone right there. So that's another opportunity of a trade. And that'll eventually work its way up. Now, the beauty of it is sometimes those trades will come all the way back down to where they started before they go on another run. So don't worry about jumping a trade or going after a trade that you don't really need to go after, because right now XMR is in the beginning of, putting out 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 trades. But right now it's just at the point where, it's just going through its bounces. So here goes its 5-minute. And we don't know if it's going to get a 5-minute moon or get a rejection, and then the 5-minute will come back down and give you another opportunity for an entry. But overall, we're still waiting on the 15-minute to come down and show some type of retrace, right? Which normally happens after a push like this. So you had an RSI here, you had the 15-minute come down, then it starts to push back up, and then next time it comes down, it'll actually pull down a little bit further because now you have momentum out there already, and now it needs to. Some people are going to hit targets, some people are going to hit profits, and then other people are going to sell and reset. So you got all that happening, and then that's will determine the next move here of this next pullback. So now that we have our retest and a push, now we need to pull back one more time on the 15-minute, and we'll get that in there. Or minimum, we want to get a 5-minute pullback and start entering every time there's a 5-minute pullback. So that would be right here. So once this 5-minute goes up, comes down again, then we can see about, getting in there and getting that trade in. Now you see right here, see how IOTA got a 15-minute red trend? So if we go to down here, what's this? 15-minute green moon XLM. Okay, so now we go here. Notice here how IOTA is actually failing to hold the volume right there, and the 15 minutes is getting to the top, right? So now you got to watch your IOTA pretty closely because this is the moment of truth. Let's take a look at the 5 minutes, right? What's the 5-minute volume look like? 5-minute volume, look at the difference. Look at this. You guys see this volume? Discord, can you see that? Like, look at how much volume is not here. So to take a risk on this long is really, really risky because the volume hasn't even broke the 5-minute, right? So if I go to my 3-minute, is it support on the 3-minute yet, right? Here we go. One support, second support, barely holding on. We need something. We need this 3-minute to push up here, right? We need to show some support here to kind of let us know that we are heading in the right direction, right? So we need that to happen, and we should see that happen because it is set up for a long. We just need that to get to the level where the 5-minute, decides that it's a entry again, right? There we go. We got that going in there. We're fine there. XMR, we've got lower level entry set. So now we're just waiting for that to actually happen here. We got time, boys. But you can see, like, as you're watching XMR, it's only keeps pulling back to certain levels. And then you can start like picking up, little pieces of profit in there, right? So you're always like, okay, I'm pulling back on these particular trades, to $12 or close to $12. Or the 112, right? So I'm kind of like seeing the push here, but you could get a rejection here on XMR. It can pull all the way back, get us back down to that 112. So just keep in mind, guys, every time it moves up, it's going to come down. Here's your 114.12, right? So the 12 can be 50, 70, come back to 12, come back to 13.12, right? So patience is key. Let's see what IOTA's showing some slight, movement here. It's starting to find support, and then as it builds support here, then IOTA will be back in its mode of moving forward. Now, the reason why can anybody look at, so what, with IOTA having low volume on the 15-minute, and see how it's, getting there, which direction that we can see and assume that it's going to go or have a better opportunity? What's the one indicator that we have that we can look at and say, okay, this is, going this direction versus that direction? Anybody in the Discord or on TikTok? Sid Sam.
RSI.
Kinda. You need something's bigger than the RSI. The RSI is just the sentiment, right? Meaning, is it overbought, oversold? Are people buying? Are they selling? Right? So that's
volume.
Volume is king.
Volume is king, right? So here, which time frame is letting us know that we're hanging in the middle of a push here? Right? The only way you can take a long, what do we have to wait for?
15-minute.
Well, we have the 15-minute moon and positive volume, but you need a 30-minute trend, right?
30-minute trend.
So right now we have a 30-minute trend, which is letting us know that we're trending to the north, right? So now it's just a matter of waiting out this volume to where it becomes a positive move, or the 30-minute trend eventually becomes red, right? And the way that we have a short is on the 15-minute. We always know that we're going to get into a short with a 15-minute moon, 15-minute trend, right? Which is what we have. See, 15-minute moon, 15-minute trend. That's that first pullback there. So we would have been out of this trade. So now we're waiting for it to reverse, right? So now we're waiting for the 15-minute moon, 15-minute trend to give us an uptake, right? but we're sitting in a 30-minute green trend right now, which meaning that it actually should push up from here. And the fact that our lower time frames, the 3-minute and the 2-minute, are green, right? Let us know that, you know, we're still holding enough volume here that the 2-minute trend isn't changing on us, right? So really all that's happening here is IOTA is just kind of playing this channel right here, up and down, eventually until it builds enough, you know, interest or volume from people buying that makes it go up, right? And this is why when you trade longs, you need those extra confirmations for security and safety of your trade, because it's just too difficult to know when someone's going to buy a good trade. Like right now, IOTA is in a good position, even though we cracked a solid trade on it earlier, right? So this is what I'm talking about here. So this trade here, this was a trade that had us entering under 24.16, ended up being like 23.70, 23.80. And then we're selling on the 30-minute red trend. You see the alert? So you're putting out a long on IOTA, 50x email, stop loss 40%, $500 trade or a $1,000 trade, entry below the 24.16, target 25 plus, right? So we hit that. We hit our target. Now the sell of this coin is going to come down to a 30-minute red trend, right? So right now, that's why if we're looking at IOTA, a 30-minute red trend would trigger the sale of this long that we've been in for 2 days, right? And our target was 25 cents. Obviously, we're at 25.19, so we're above our target, and we've got a little extra in there, but the sale comes when the red trend comes in, right? So far, we haven't got that, so we're still in a long from the overall. So guys, they're basically, if they're in a small bag of 500 bucks, they're up 12.50. If they're in $1,000 big bag, then they're up 2,500. So 2,500 on that. But I can see here, you notice, see how the momentum, see how this volume, see how it's like, you know, it's just not, it's not really growing here. So it's just, see how the RSI is pushing up, but the volume, see how the volume line is going down? So now I go to my smaller time frame so I can see how terrible of a position that's in, right? And now what I'm looking for is I'm looking for some type of support on the 3-minute that would tell me that the 15-minute has a chance of surviving this, right? And so far you can see here, we don't have a really good report here. We're pretty much, we don't have, this doesn't have a lot of volume. So the sentiment's there, people are looking at it, people are trying to buy it, but this is a terrible situation for IOTA, right? So that's kind of where, you know, looking at it, it doesn't look good here. It looks like it wants to push down south. So it needs to find a rejection here, and it needs to get, you know, an injection of volume here, right? So the 3-minute is failing support, but more importantly, the overall volume is below the zero line, which is just a bad scenario altogether for IOTA. Yeah, it's just going to be a bad scenario for IOTA altogether. And this is where we can, this is why when you get your entry, put in your stop losses, it's gonna hit or bounce for you. But either way, right here, we're just trying to survive this this overall push down, right? So here we got our 40 bag in there. Let's go ahead, and this is where we'll throw our stop loss in. Oh, and we're gonna take on here because we're going, volume is going down there, so we're gonna run at 35% stop loss there. We're gonna set our target for the 100%, and we're just gonna roll that out. That's where IOTA will live and die on. So we need some injection here from this IOTA camp here before we can grab into our long position. So far right now, we're still waiting for entries on both of our lads here. Meanwhile, XMR is just showing constant growth. So now you have a 3-minute crossing again. Now this is going to give you an opportunity to get into a lower entry here. Let's see how the 5 minutes doing. 5 minutes bending, showing some weakness there, right? So this should, after this big push, have a nice little pullback to an area and give us something, maybe back to like $1.1250 or something. And now it's starting to build momentum here. So we can't expect too much from it because it is starting to build volume. You can see the 5-minute volume is massive. The 3-minute volume, I mean, look at this volume compared to what IOTA is. I mean, it's not even close. And you can see what happens with that type of volume on a coin when you're trading. You can see, you're going to get that kind of response. So that's the response that we're going to get from XMR. It's going to be a big push of a coin, and that's really what we're looking for here. It is building fast. Now, watching the volume, right? You can push your entries a little bit more, right? Right now, we're just going to trade the bare basics. It's okay to miss a trade if it goes crazy, but you're just following simple rules here. Now, as you get a little bit better, you start to realize that this volume is heavy here, and then you get this red moon and this pullback, and that 3 and 5 minute hit the bottom. Then you take those entries on those 3 and 5 minute pullbacks because the volume is so heavy, right? And that comes with experience and time. And what that'll do is get you into these massive gains here. That was actually a beautiful 4%. But, it'll come with time, right? So the first thing is just getting into your trade the way you're supposed to, waiting for your pullbacks like you're supposed to. And the reason why is because don't remember the days that a coin did a Monero jump like it did. Remember that 7 out of 10 times it's not going to do this, right? So the 7 out of 10 times that you enter early or don't let the pullback happen, then you will pay with a 20% loss of your bag, more than likely. But this is also why we have a 3-trade entry, is because if you enter there, you have protection of 2 other trades to cost average buy below the original entry in case things go bad, right? But that's something as you guys go through, it's only your 3rd week. At the end of this week, we can progress into the transitions of, moving in a little bit quicker, buying that, protecting that second trade for the 15-minute reset and taking advantage of these different big moves, right? The first thing is just to do the same trade over and over and get that shit locked in so that we can move into the next cycle. All right, so there's always improvement that you guys have coming. Right now, you're just in the basic side of it, but there's always improvements to what you're doing. That's why it's important to write down and keep track of your highest entries or how low it went before it went up, and the highest that it actually went before it went anywhere. So that way you can kind of understand how you're doing personally, and that'll help you with your growth and your decisions as you move forward. The more that you realize that you're not pulling as back as hitting a stop loss, and that your entries are pretty clean, and then you'll realize that your entries by being clean are becoming winners, and then you'll be able to kind of like process through the emotions and just make positive trades. Now you see how this volume affects it, right? You see this, what I'm always telling you guys, look at your 3-minute, right? You're getting crazy ass volume on your 3-minute, 5-minute. Yeah, you can kind of like be a little more daring. You know what I mean? So that could be a kind of like a pro tip for you as you move forward. This is what we're going to look like at next week. We're going to be studying, pushing the entry with the volume on the 3-minute, right? That's really what we're going to look at next week. So that's kind of like a heads up for you starting next Monday. It'll be going into like, okay, let's make sure that we got these other entries going once we have the basics down. Doing a spa, David? Nice. And then once we get the basic entries down, then we can turn around and start, taking advantage of volume and these other little tips that we learn once we understand the other side of the coin, right? The goal is to, after 6 weeks, be able to enter these earlier trades, take advantage of 40% wins, 40% wins, 40% wins, and then turn around and use that profit to enter a bigger bag at a better scenario, a better moment, So instead of just having your normal bag, you can double it down. And then when that big move happens for 2, 3, 4% again, you can take advantage of a 2, 3, 400% on a double bag, right? So kind of like top your week out. What's going on, man? Yo, Harios Levine. So that makes sense, guys? Discord, that makes sense for you?
Yes, sir.
So how's the, like, just going through the basics, man? So who do we all have? We got everybody new up in here. So Anthony, have you been like, I know these guys are popping in and out. So, hey, Bonkers, where you at, bro? How are we doing with uh, getting in on 15-minute trades? What's going on, brother?
Doing all right.
Nice.
Struggling a little bit.
What is it?
I said I was struggling a little bit,
Okay,
but your new videos are helping.
Nice, nice. So what was your so on your struggle, man? What was the struggle on in the beginning?
It was more the 3-move trade. So moving from the older videos to the newer one, just because how everything was moving compared to how it was before. So kind of changing my mindset up.
Okay,
because I was getting wrecked on the first pullback on some of them.
Okay. So before you started doing the 3 trades, the 3 trade entry, right? How were you doing
Yes.
on the first beginning of it?
Fine.
Okay.
I was getting in without a problem, but I was doing 100% of my, or about 70% of my bag.
Okay.
And then I was getting yoked.
Yeah. So the 3 trade setup should have been. So what's your leverage at?
50.
Okay. So what's the normal when you were doing before you started trying to like do a 3 trade entry? What was the most the trade would pull back before it went forward?
Shit. I mean, I was at 100 earlier, and when it was pulling back on me and liquidating me. But
oh, profit wise, so you hit 100% on the profits.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean like before it goes profit wise, what's the most it goes back before it goes towards your targets? Like, so before it reaches 50% or that scenario, what is the where does it normally end up as far as like the full pullback or anything like that? What's the what does it normally do before it reaches a target of profits?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so you enter a trade, right? So you do a 1 trade entry, and then you have your percentages. What's the percent that it go like as it moves backwards? 3%, 4%. What's the average that you see it go red before it starts to go green for you and hits like your target of 50% or 100%?
Oh, probably a good 30, almost 20 to 30%.
Okay, so it pulls back 20 or 30.
I swear to God, sometimes I swear to God, these exchanges are made to just fucking wreck you when you try to get in. It depends on, it really depends on the candle that you're trying to get in on, because some of them you can just, you're trying to clip the bottom, or trying to clip the top, and then it just pushes on you out of nowhere.
Yeah. So okay. So before that, so you could see like normally when you did a 1 trade entry, you were pulling about an average of everyone about 20%, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then sometimes you got the 30, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason why that's important is because so now if you get into a 3 trade setup, right, that should actually have improved your entries, because what's happening is, so let's first let's adjust and fix the first thing, right? So the first thing is, let's say that you do 5 trades, and every time you enter a trade, you notice that it goes negative 20, 25, 30%, and then it moves the other direction and you end up hitting your target, right? And
Yep.
what that means is right out the gate, you're basically at a point where you are entering every single trade at about a 0.4 percent too early, right? You know what I mean? Like by that, 0.4%, I'm talking about like on your, there's a tool here that we have. It's a long tool, right? You know what I'm talking about on the side. Can you guys see my screen on Discord?
Yep.
Okay. So you go over here and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. It's called long position, right? So when you measure this out, this is how you measure how many percents or you need to go and where the target would be. So if I want to do a 1% trade, I can just take this yellow line, put it at my prospective entry, and then I can say, okay, I want to close out when it hits 1%. And all I need to do there is look across. And when I put a line across that top, right, it tells me that $1.10.77 would be my 1% move, right? Now, if you're getting in every trade, and then every trade that you get into, you see a 20% pullback on average. That means on a 50x leverage, which would be like looking at this thing, that means that here, a 1% move from this yellow line to the top of here is 1%, which means that inside of this box here, that if a coin was pulling back from this level up here down to this level here, this would be equivalent to 50 times 1%. So this would be a 50% stop loss. So basically what that means is if your entry was here, or actually up above here, if your entry point was up here and the coin pulled back before it went up, if it pulled back down to that level, that would hit a 50% stop loss and you would be out of the trade, right? So if you have a 50x leverage and you do a 0.5%, right? So not a full percent, but a half. That means a half of it would be 50% in half. So that would be here. So this means that at the 0.5, 0.5%, this is actually a point where if a coin pulls back 25%, half of your 50, which would be this, then it normally pulls back down to this area before it actually like starts to bounce and go up from here, right? So since you're averaging about a 20% pullback, what you would do is you would take this tool here and you would bring it down and you'd put it at 0.39, 0.4, somewhere around there, right? And what that means is right now, let's say if you're about to enter this coin, right? So let's say if we're about to enter this coin and this is a moment that we looked at and we said, you know what, I'm going to enter this trade, right? And you're on your 3 minute, you have a 3 minute green moon, 3 minute trend, and you look at this point. What you would do here is grab your tool, right? You would slide it down to 0.4, and then you would put the top of it where you're thinking you're going to enter with your line there. You see that line that they have of the current price? And then all you would do is you would just go here and you'd mark this line and you say, okay, actually I'm going to enter it $1.1614. So now you set your entry on this line here. So now you're already automatically doing what's called a handicap. So you're predicting your flaw, which is you're normally in a trade 20% too early. And now what you're doing is you're protecting that 20% by setting the entry below that and basically on the 20% pullback. Now, if it pulls back more and if it goes 30%, it's fine, you know, because you've already saved yourself that the lower part, which is 20, right? But what that does for you is that it allows you to set your entry being more greedy in the beginning so that when you do get a pullback, you get a better entry point. So when it does move the other direction, when it crosses this line here, you're basically up 20% here now from this jump, right? So to reach your gain, right, at that point, to reach your level that you need, which is only a 1% move, you only need to get to this level here to hit your 1% instead of having this to go all the way up to here. You see, so you improved your target area and you also bring your target area down by 20%, right? So the odds of you actually winning this trade is just increased by 40%. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what, when you first get into trades, that's kind of where you can look at it and say, okay, if I every single time, every 5 trades I enter, I'm always doing a 20% negative before I go the other way. Adjusting this one tool here would help you enter correctly, right? Now, the other thing I want you to do is you mentioned candles, right? And how to enter on candles, right? So the way to enter is this. So we always enter on a 3-minute candle, green moon, green trend, right? So the way to enter a trade properly is when you go to a 3-minute candle, right? Once the 3-minute candle hits, 2 minutes into the 3-minute candle is where you would make your entry, okay? So for instance, right now we just had a 3-minute candle hit on 9:12, right? So now I would wait for this candle to get to 9:14. And once it hits 9:14, I would make my decision on what I was doing, right? So for this particular instance here, looks like it's consolidating on here. Looks like it's pushing here. We should have a pullback here, right? That's what I'm really looking for, is that pullback. So here, if I was deciding if I was going to do a short here, right? Let's say I was going to take a short. That means I would enter this short once the clock hits 9:14. So I would go over here, I'd set my short up, and I'd be in the position where I'm like, okay, I'm going to short this position, 9:14. As soon as the 9:14 hits, I'm going to consider a short position here, and the time is 9:13. And what you're doing is you're buying the 3-minute candle with 1 minute left to the next candle, okay? And watch the price of the coin. You see right there, see how the price is dropping right there? So normally it makes its move in that little area. See, it had a nice little short, then it popped. Now it's 9:14. After that move happened, I can come in there and take advantage. So if I did a short, I do it on this 1 minute left. You see what I'm saying? So now that's how you can enter your trades, where use your 3-minute candle and enter with that 1 minute left to the candle. So now I'm waiting for the 9:15 candle hit, which is the next 3-minute candle, and then I should see a move that kind of like emphasizes that particular candle at that time, right? So let's take a look here. This would be the next 3-minute candle here, and then you can see like how it makes its move as it comes in. So currently it's sitting literally right in here, all right? And now that next candle is about to come in. See how that worked?
Yeah.
And now the 9:15 came in. See?
Wow.
All right, you see right there? 15% on that just by entering the candle correctly. Okay, there you go, 30% just on that move right there. So what I want you to do now is, now that you have the 3-minute candle entry, right? What you want to do is do the 3-minute candle entry and track 10 trades, right? And then let me know what your negative number is before going forward, so then we can make different adjustments. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Donnie, you ready for this alt boom? Donnie. Yeah. I mean, we're about, we got a nice little push until February 12th. And then February 12th, we'll have a pullback until February 22nd. And then we'll go on another push up until March 5th. Then we'll pull back again for 7 days. And then we'll go on a tear until we get through that April session. And then, April 15th, we'll start crashing again because everybody has to do their taxes. But I'm ready, bro. So that's how you do a 3-minute trade entry right there. So it's a 3-minute trade. I know we've covered this in boot camps, and the other guys know what it is. But that's one thing I haven't covered with the new guys yet. These are just things that you guys will learn as we move forward. And that's just so as first thing is, I don't want you overthinking everything. I just want you to be making trades, getting yourself in your position, and then taking advantage of what you have there for you. All right, so I'm not too concerned about that. Let's go over here. All right, so that'll help you out with those trades. The other thing is the same thing, just always waiting for the pullbacks, just being patient here, letting these pullbacks come in. That'll get us where we need to go. And then we'll have some other trades that we can do in there. Now, as far as the, I just put a video up, Donnie. So what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna watch that video, bro. So what we're gonna do is, when you do a 3, so the whole point of the 3 trade entry, right? It should actually protect you on those pullbacks, right? So the way the trade should have worked, right, is you would enter the same way that you've been entering, right? It's that the only difference is when you make that entry, you would have only entered with 40% of your bag instead of 70. And then when the pullback came with that 20% pullback, right? That's where your second entry, or 20 or even 30%, that when that started to reverse the other way, that is where you would have put in your second entry, right? And what that would have done is it would have cut your negative interest, whatever it is, if it's 10, 20, whatever, it would have cut it, right? So if you put in, let's say you match the first amount you put in, you put 40% in, and then you match that 40%. And what that would do is it would double your first entry, and it would cut your negative percent in half. But by putting 30% in, you're cutting it by 25%. So if you normally go negative 20%, that means that it would eat up 5% of that negative move backwards, right? And that's how, instead of being 20% at that time, 25, you would have bought your second bag in there, and that would have bring you down to like, moving it down 5 to 7% in your favor. And the next push up, you would have been 5% closer, 7% closer on a 20% pullback to hitting your target. Then the third entry is basically, doesn't sound like you need a third entry, but you would have then had 70% of your money in, and you would have had a 5% or up to 5 to 10% better opportunity to hit your target by having that second entry go in when you were far negative, right? That's kind of what it does. It's supposed to protect you from the far negative, putting that extra percent in and bringing yourself, closer to the target. But what it also is supposed to protect is if you're doing a 50% stop loss and it triggers out, you only lost 50% of a 40% bag, which is technically, at the end of the day, it's only 20% of a whole bag. So it's like entering a whole trade and having a 20% stop loss on there. So it's equivalent to what we should be doing. We should only lose 20% on average on a bad trade. That's why the mathematics are set up like that. So your entries should have been entered the same way, but only with 40%. And then when the pullback came 20, 30% negative, you're supposed to enter the other 30% to offset that it's almost like matching it. So it's almost like cutting it in half. So it'd be like, it would cut about 35% of your position out of the way. So if you're at 25 or 20, it'd be about 7% would take away from there, right? So that 7% gives you a lot better opportunity to move forward into a trade of getting towards your target, right? So that's what that is for. That second entry should have almost cut that negative in half. So if you're 20, you'd be about 13% negative instead of 20. If you're 30, then you would be negative more like 18% instead of 30, right? And that just means that that little 7 or 15% would have got you 15% closer to your target. So making it easier for you to hit your target on there. Now we got to dig in this XMR. I'm tired of missing this fucking monster here. Jeez. All right. Let's get a closer look at this dude here. All right, so here's a 15-minute pullback. That's where we should have took that bounce. We should have took this entry right here. That's what I missed right there, that entry right there. Now we're pushing again. We're still waiting on the pullback. This damn thing still has a 1 hour, right? So this thing is cooking right now, guys. And the reason why you can tell, like, even though we have all our things pinned against the top, it's not slowing down at all. Like, you know, it's got 2 hours coming off the bottom, and that just came off the bottom. But the volume on it is just so heavy on the lower time frames that it's going to be hard to break the momentum here, because this thing is just eating up this market. Right, the 4 hours crossing, the 3 hour. This has a long way to go. Now it could fizzle out a lot faster because of its push it's happening. We could catch a 4 hour moon here, which would push it even further, but then it's going to be you know, subject to a big pullback a lot faster than normal, because it's acting in this this particular fashion. Let's see here. And how's the daily? I mean, if this daily turns over, yeah, this thing could be a mover here. So, but the daily's kind of still moving down. So let's take a look here. Man, this thing's aggressive. I'm about to get a 4 hour moon on that thing. All right, so let's go back to our 3 minutes. And right here again, look at the 3 minute right here. Look at that. See how that 3 minute is bending up already? I mean, so now we're at the point where we've seen this thing push up, push up. This is where you could get into these scenarios and take your entries here and kind of like ride on there, because now you're just at a point where this thing is, what do we do, $100 trade, what do we got, 164, so about 22% entry, take a 40% on there. All right, so now Engine, IOTA, yeah, we got it. Now my stuff is gonna be a little bit more laggier because I'm streaming and I am sharing as well, so my numbers would be a little bit slower than you guys. All right, so let's go. So now we need still a 5 minute pullback here. This will be our second entry here on the 5 minute. I want to watch this price over here pretty closely. So 116, maybe like 116.40 or 50 I can start looking for, you know. And this is what I'm talking about when it goes backwards. So here we're at 21%. So now you have the other 30% that you can dig into, and I'll show you what I mean here. So this is kind of what we're going to go through here. So here's your entry. You see where you're going negative 15, 20%. This is normally what the 3 trade entry is supposed to do for you. So at this point, you have to be 25%. So I got to go to 25 and 50. So 25% of the next entry here, and we're just waiting for this to give some type of reset here on the lower frames. 3 minute looks like it's building momentum. The 5 minute needs to come down a little. We'll see what we get here. So far, 116.50 seems to be the lower end. So I'm going to set my entry there at 16.50, and I'm going to open a long. I'm going to do half of my 25%, and then I'm going to jump down and I'm going to take a lower level, the one that I wanted. I'm going to do the other 12% right there. Now, if I get it, great. If I don't, that's fine. I'll just wait for the pullback to come again, and that's kind of where we're sitting. So we have a 12% at 16.50, which was the low it just hit, and then 16.40 is the next move down from there, and that'll be our entries on that side. So now we just got to wait it out, baby. Hopefully we get those entries. If not, it's okay. All right, so we have a 30-minute trend. So now, if you guys take a look at XMR, you know how it all started. It's the same thing we've been talking about a million times, right? So first things first, really the only thing you need to know is that you catch a 15-minute moon, right? Here's your 15-minute moon, right? Next thing from your 15-minute moon alert, what do you need? A 15-minute trend, right? So you can even just set it on the 15-minute trend. Once you get a 15-minute trend, if you have a 15-minute moon, then you already know you're halfway through the game. The other thing is the long position happens when you catch a 30-minute long trend, right? And there is our 30-minute long trend. So these are the two moments in this particular coin that we have our alerts and our entries, et cetera, right? So now let's go to our 15-minute. We know where the 30-minute is. So we get our 15-minute trend here. The only thing that we wait for is the natural pullback, right? Which is where, let's go here. Now, it doesn't mean the RSI has to go all the way down. It just means there has to be a retest. So here's our 15-minute. We see a push to the top. The RSI hits here. It pulls down, happens here. Decides that it's headed back up right there. There you get a 30-minute trend entry. Once the trend entry hit and you looked at your 15-minute pullback, you would have noticed that you already had the pullback. And the trend is actually part of the reverse move. So that's where you would put your entry, and you should be in this entry somewhere in this section here, somewhere on that candle there. So this right here, I mean, even if we take the top part of that candle or shitty entry right there, that's where we'll take it. All right, so now that's where we're at. Now the thing about this trade is once you have that trade in there, you're in the scenario where you just work in the system, right? You take 100% trade, right? There you go, easy big banger. XMR, this thing is a monster. I've never really looked at it, but this thing is paying big time. So one of the things that we've been doing is when the volume becomes very positive. Cam, what up, baby? So when you guys, class, I told you we had class, man. So I was trying to get you on the weekend, big dog. All right, so the most important thing here, guys, is kind of what we're getting into this week. We might as well talk about it. But what it is recognizing when volume has become very positive, right? So if it's on the 3-minute and it's very small, you have a situation where the 15-minute gets has a lot of volume in it. Then what you can do is actually do what we have is call out alerts, right? So it'll be alert where when we have so much volume behind the 5-minute, 3-minute, then what you're really doing is you would be setting yourself up to take profits at a 15-minute red trend alert, right? Setting a 15-minute red trend alert, or taking it and going, depending on the other levels, if you're going to the 30-minute trend alert, right? Because the 30-minute is the only time that you would be looking at this particular trade, thinking to yourself that you're actually going to go down, right? So you can see here, the 15-minute is where I would call this trade, right? And that's kind of like the basis of, all these trades here. So right here, you can set an alert on the 15-minute trend, and that would signal the time to take profits, close out the trade, look at the volume. If the volume's still good and you get a 15-minute trend, then I would sell 80% of my position, hold 20, let it pull back, let it reset, and then, I would re-enter on the bounce and then head my way back up. So if the 15-minute RSI needs to come all the way back down, if the 1 hour needs to come all the way back down. So all those scenarios kind of play into the role of, where you're at with everything. And that's kind of how you work your way through here. So XMR here has had this huge push here. So we should be getting some type of pullbacks eventually in this little bit of zone here. We still need a 15-minute, one more retest here. Now it might not come all the way back down to the 0 line, but it needs to, show some type of pullback to the next side move. Let's see the 5-minute pullback. So the 5-minute pullback is currently what's in effect here. And so far, so good. It's not a red moon. It's just kind of fighting its area. Let's go take a look at there. So here we're dealing with a 45, 50% long position there. We're going to pick up our other percent pet trades, our 30% move. And that's going to put us at our 117 for our trade. And now that's pretty much where we're at. Now here, we type in our 50% stop loss. We're all in here, and we just accept the trade that we have. But that's basically running your trade there. The IOTA, the XMR trade earlier when they called it out. I don't know who called this. Who called this trade? Somebody called the 30-minute trend or XMR. I think that was, let me see. What's his name? Anthony? He's always in here with the lion. You know what I'm talking about.
Wasn't that Young? Was it Young that did it?
No. He sounds like Carlos, but he's not Carlos.
I don't know. I can't remember who it was.
Lion, it's Lion or something. But yeah, so he called out that 30-minute trend line there. That trade basically rocked out for 11%. I mean, you can't really ask for much more than that. Right? I mean, that's a huge trade. The only difference there is, like I said, I mean, for me, closing on something like a 15-minute trend, or at that point, closing on a 15-minute moon, right? Something in that category would cause me to close it. But more than likely, I'd be probably looking for a 15-minute trend here because the volume's so high that I would expect it to hold its volume. So if I'm in a 50x right now, guys, we're sitting at 500%. All right, so if we played this trade earlier when he called it out, entering, with the 30-minute trend, you'd be in at least 70% of the bag at this point up here somewhere. You'd be sitting at about 10% on 40% of the bag and 3% on 70% of the bag. So yeah, you'd be somewhere about 350% up here. And now it's just going to play. It's going to 15 minutes going to recycle again. 5 minutes is going to pull down. 15-minute RSI is going to pull down. All this is going to kind of reset here, and we can't expect too much of a big pullback here because the volume's so high. So this is probably not going to pull back as much as we think, but we should get a nice little pullback. Let the 15-minute RSI reset, and then you can go back into this XMR trade, which is right here. So all I want to cover with you guys, like when we do these Mondays, is just the basics of entering a trade. Don't worry about like anything else, and then go over like what the mistakes that we're making, and then percentages on up and down, right? We got this week we're going to cover how to push the profits a little, which is kind of what we just covered there. How to extend and see where we're at as far as, is it the first time, the second time, where's the volume, like picking up on key things to let us know how far something will go, or if we can ask for more out of our trade, and kind of like compound it through. So that's what we'll work on here, is just kind of like, where does the trade become more aggressive and so forth. So I think after that, man, I mean, so basically everyone's in here right now. So let's cover everybody's basics here. Let's go through the week so we can kind of see where we're at. So Anthony, so for you, man, have you been, how many trades, did you get some trades in this week?
Yeah, I've been trading primarily with Stelios and Horse all week. Just
the two saucers.
Timing, I mean, works out well with those guys with their time frame when they're trading. So
what time you guys getting on? Is that morning?
One day we did. Yeah, usually I saw you did a message this morning when we were on. It's usually around 8, 9 o'clock my time, which is afternoon for them. So, but yeah, I mean we've gotten in a few trades. I probably only like 2 or 3 trades all week, to tell you the truth.
All right. How was the so are you, because I know right now, like we're bringing everything back down to with all the new guys, we're just kind of like zeroing in on the 15 minutes. So what's your, like, go through your, remember you got to keep track of the trades, right? So what's the average that you're doing? What are you seeing? Are you winning those trades, or are you pulling back to the 50% stop loss? Walk me through.
Well, we're trying to work on the 3 trade system, like what you did in your video. Mm-hmm. So that's primarily what we've been working on. And I know one of the trades I got in, with those guys, and I can't remember which one it was, but when the we went in with the 50% and then 100%
Mm-hmm.
for take profit at 50x leverage, and the profit got over into the 50% range. And I don't know, I moved my stop loss up to 20%, trying to trail it by 20%.
Yeah.
And I thought that was the right thing to do. Now, I ended up changing that because the trade was backing up, and I was like, man, they were saying no, you shouldn't have moved that stop loss up there, and I was like, I think I should have, because if I'd have done that, I would have at least had the 20%. I could have always re gotten into the trade. So that kind of
So
brought up some discussion. I really enjoy trading with those guys
yeah,
a
yeah,
lot.
they're very
They
they're technical guys. So
they have helped me on some stuff on, and then I've been on your videos hardcore. I've been just like I'm starting all over again. I've been just all your videos. I've watched everything. The most recent ones with your entering short and entering your longs.
mhm.
So that's what they've been really trying to help me on getting better entries.
Yeah, so
And so I
what you're seeing is, man, is that what they're talking about, remember, so the whole point of the 3 trade entry, right, is to allow guys who are scared to enter a trade or in the middle of a guessing of an entry of a trade to just enter,
mhm,
right? So kind of like XMR, right? So XMR was an example of it when we had the 15-minute moon, 15-minute trend, we had a 15-minute positive volume. We had a shitload of volume on 5 minute. We hit a 30-minute trend. That's the entry, right? Now,
okay,
we didn't take the entry because we waited for the pullback, right? Now,
right,
the reason why we have the 3 trade entry is because what happens is you can put a trade into, as soon as you get that 30-minute trend entry, you can dump 40% into the trade, right?
right,
Because you just got your trigger to enter, which was basically the 30-minute. That's what you're waiting for. You had a 15-minute moon, right? So let's go just recap it so we can kind of walk through very simple, right? So the entire thing for us was this. These are the trends. So we had a 15-minute moon way over here. And then finally,
right,
we got a 15-minute trend, right? So the only thing that we're
right,
waiting for on a 15-minute trend is for it to pop and pull back. And when it pulls back, we need it to, basically sit on top of positive volume, right? That's positive volume is always the key to understanding, if you don't have these other indicators or other confirmations, right? So
right,
let me kind of let me square this out here. So I'm gonna stop the 3 trade entry, right? It's the reason why we have it, and the reason why when you got in that trade with those guys, they said that. So when you moved your stop loss to 20, they were kind of like, you should have done that, right? It's
right. That's exactly what they said.
Yeah, because the whole point of it is to 3 trade entry is to allow guys to enter trades and at least have a piece of the pie if it jumps on us. Where that way,
Mhm,
if we don't have a piece of the pie, then we're stuck like XMR, right? We basically went through the scenario. Waiting for the pullback to
right,
happen on that second move took a long time. That thing actually exploded, right? Now that will happen maybe 3, maybe 4 out of 10 times, right? It's not a lot, but it does happen, at least 30%, right? At least 3 out of 10. So if we can take advantage of that 3 out of 10 and get ourselves in a position where we can take that profit and compound, it gives us more opportunity to get in. But the reason why the 3 trade entry came about is because guys weren't entering a trade. They were like waiting for the pullback, and then the pullback kind of pulled back, like the RSI went down a little bit and then it moved up. And then by
right,
that time, it
right.
was already running again. XMR was just a perfect example of what that happens. And you can't get
Yeah,
into a
yeah,
trade, right? Like that whole time we couldn't get into a trade because we were backed up against that volume, that pressure. Does that happen all the time? No. 3 out of 10 times in a normal market, but in a bull market, that is going to happen all the time. So the reason why we're
okay,
implementing the 3 trade entry is because we need to get into a piece of the trade. Now, how we enter a trade is basically remember, every trade's the same. You need a green moon, a green trend, positive volume, right? So if you look at your 15-minute, right, what do you have? You have a green moon, you have a green trend, and then positive volume. See the break above and retest? All right, as soon as that positive volume hits there, right, and this positive volume moves, that's where you would get into an entry, would be somewhere off of this first push through, would be somewhere there. And that retest comes down, and that would put you somewhere here if you were waiting for the retest of the volume, right? So that's kind of where this would happen. You'd see this little push here. The retest comes in, and then that would be your entry point right here. Right there.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the normal entry, because why? You need a moon, you need a trend, and then you need positive volume.
And positive volume.
Right, which happens over here. So that is the safest way to enter that trade. Okay. Now the reason why that's the safest way is because, remember, that trade is developed for a guy who's using 100x leverage. Right. So which means we need the momentum to be so strong. This is the first momentum, second momentum. This is the retest, and that's the pump. So that's the trade that we take advantage of. So when we look at that trade and we come in here and we map out how we would have done, we're going to execute just like always. We have an entry here. As you can see, look at that trade, right? So even if we got in, even if we got in here on the top of that candle right here, let's say that you got in on a bad entry and it was more like up here, right? Let's get over here. At the end of the day, we're using 100x leverage. So you already know we would have cleared 300% on that.
Right.
But the reason why
I tried almost that exact same thing, but I missed it and I got knocked out.
Yeah.
Well, that trade had, this is what happened with that trade. I got stopped out because I didn't have that, I messed around with it, and those guys kept it the same, and that trade came all the way back and then ended up going all the way to hit their take profit.
Yeah, I've been waiting to get in since 110.5 on this trade, and I haven't been in yet.
But see, that's so, that's the first thing. Like, so you guys, it's a little bit different because we have sniper trades, position trades, and what we're teaching now is a profit scenario, right? How to just take profits. So now what we're doing is we're going back to where, everyone's coming in. The most important thing is to have a trading system that allows you to take advantage of every entry and every move without being at risk, right? So that's why now, since we're not using 100x leverage right now, and we're kind of honing in on entering every trade properly so that we can be emotionless and just have a simple entry, right? Now, if you're doing 100x leverage, you already know we wait for a very simple thing. 15-minute moon, 15-minute trend, 15 positive volume, it retests, goes for its move, we grab the first pullback, and we grab that 200-300% profits, and we get the hell out of it. Because we need a very small part of it. But that trade manifests because it has a small momentum, a second push, a retest, and then we take advantage of the retest, right? Now, moving forward, with all the new guys coming in, we're teaching everyone how to self-adjust their trading abilities so that they can measure their success and adapt to making adjustments to make themselves better. Now, what I realized is that a lot of times, this was a perfect trade, the XMR, because it didn't allow the pullback to be significant enough that we could have looked at it and said, that's a good size of a pullback, I can get in there, right? But it also showed you guys the fact that the volume was so heavy on the 3-minute and the 5 that you can't expect a big pullback, and you need to jump in there, right? But you also can't jump in there with 100% of your bag, because if you guess wrong and you make that decision, it could pull back on you. So you need to have the ability of 60% of your bag to support the move, right? So this is why the 3-trade entry happens, right? So the 3-trade entry is here because of XMR, like literally this trade that we just witnessed here, right? So here it goes, it's very simple. What we need is a 15-minute moon and a 15-minute trend. We got it. Now we need to push up. Doesn't matter how far it pushed, doesn't matter where it goes. The next thing that we need to confirm positive volume is actually, instead of waiting for the positive value, right, if we don't have it already, what we need is a 30-minute trend, which is this line right here. So when you go to your 30-minute, you can see right there, we got a 30-minute trend, right? So now as soon as we got the alert that said the 30-minute trend, let me go over here and let me see if I had the alert on there. SNU, XML. Okay, so here, let's take a look here. I don't know if I set the 30-minute trend alert, but basically what happened was our guy came in and said that it has a XMR looked really good, and then when we were looking at it, that's exactly when that trend hit, right? So when that trend hit, right, we could immediately put our first entry in. Because at that moment, when that trend hit, that's when we know that it's ready to go because the volume is picking up, even if it's not positive on the 15-minute, which it wasn't. So all we had to do was slide over to the 3-minute. And when we went to the 3-minute, we can see the RSI is at the bottom. It starts to head up right there. And then boom, we catch a 3-minute green moon. That puts our entry right here. So we should have been in here at $6.60, right? So that should have been our first entry right there. Now, what that allows us to do with the first trade entry is to react off of the indicator alert. We already have a 15-minute trade. What's a 15-minute trade? 15-minute moon, 15-minute trend, okay? Once you have those two parts active, right, now you need confirmation. What is confirmation? Positive volume, retest, 30-minute trend, right? Once the 30-minute trend hits, that's a go, which happens here. So now we jump in that trade, and now all we have to do is on the second entry would be here, would be letting the time frame actually rotate through. So right here, we can see we catch a red moon here on the 3-minute. It pulls down, and then as it pulls down, the 3-minute hits the bottom and starts to head back up. That right there should have been our second entry. And the reason why we didn't need the 15-minute to pull all the way back is because at that moment, if we were looking at the volume, we can see on the 3-minute that this volume is actually growing here. See, coming down, not even close to a zero line. So when it bounced the 3-minute RSI at the bottom and started to push up, we needed to take the second entry here somewhere around here, right? So that should have been our second entry in there. So now we're fully invested with our 70% of our bag, and now we're just kind of taking advantage of the move. Even though at this time here, right, which would have been about this moment here, we'll make that yellow. If we go back and we look at our 15-minute, we can see that on the 15-minute, the RSI was actually pinned to the top. And now when you look at here, you know, if you take this and look really close, you can see actually if you're digging in here, but most guys aren't going to do this. But if you were digging in here and you were just waiting for the 15-minute to bend back up, you would have noticed right here it crossed, and you would have took the entry right there as soon as it touched, right? But if you're not looking at it that deeply, that means you would miss it. Now, the other thing that you can look at is at that moment, you can take a look here, and you can notice right on the money line what happens, right? If we dig in closer, we can see that the money line came down and started to bounce up. As soon as it bounced up in this direction here, this would have been where we know that that's the next entry right there. That's the bounce right there. So that right there becomes our second entry point right here because of the move to the top right there, right? And that's all we need to get our second entry in. because the volume that we're looking at, like, remember, we go to the 15-minute, look at the volume. 15-minute has bounced, rejected the 0 line, and now it's showing positive, right? What's the trade that you're looking for? 15-minute moon, 15-minute trend, positive volume retest. What is that right there? Right? Now, the trade that is faster before that happens because you have a 15-minute moon, a 15-minute trend, but the 30-minute trend triggers. First entry on the trend, second entry on the 30-minute retest, or the positive volume retest. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's how you can enter this trade without having 15-minute positive volume right away. Is you can push, enter on the trend, and then enter on the positive volume retest. Even if it goes down further, let's say that it pulled down to here, and then from here, it decided to bounce up. The second entry would have been on the time that it started moving up. So your second entry would be when the money line starts to head back up, which would be in the same scenario here.
Damn.
Okay, so that would have put us somewhere in this trade here. Now, at that point, we can go back and kind of like scale this out. But those are the two ways to take that entry. Now, what that does for us, it allows us to take advantage of a coin that becomes very aggressive through value, right? And if we were looking at this trade, look at this, look at our original entry, right? Look at this volume coming out of nowhere. If this thing is just fucking mooning right here, dude, I'm not taking early profits here, right? So if I have 100% set, right, which is like literally 2% move right here, and I notice that right here, I'm just literally, I am hauling ass right here. I'm going to, get to the point where I might even just take my profit side and do something and say, I might shoot for a 200% gainer, right, which would be about 4% in there. Or I might just say, you know what?
Move that, take profit, right?
Yeah. Or I might just say to myself, shit, I'm gonna ride this out and see where this kind of like runs, right? Until I get my first pullback, right? Which is going to be a 3-minute red moon. But this comes with time because you have to make this decision pretty quick once you notice that the volume is really, really heavy, right? And you can tell because if you looked at your 3 minutes, look at this volume coming in. And if you slid back to your 5-minute, you would notice at that same time period, look at the fucking volume on the 5-minute, right? So since the 5-minute volume is so damn heavy here, when I did get this entry here, notice how the 5-minute money line is pulling down. When I got this second entry right here, I would know that at this point, I'm going to move twice as much as I normally. So I would be looking for, instead of 100% on there, I'd be looking for like a 200% move, right? On that particular move, because this volume is unlike anything. It's already positive. It's already huge, right? But this is going to come with time. When you look at the 5-minute, if the 5-minute has massive volume attached to it, you can be assured that the push will be more than you normally see. So if you're asking for 100%, which is a 2% move on a 50x, you would then ask for 4% on that move. You would double down because it's a big move. And then you would simply say, I'm going to take it on a 3-minute red moon or a 3-minute volume retest, which happens right here. You can see the RSI on the 3-minute breaks down right there, which would have gave you to where you would have took profits here at about 4%, right? Which would have been 200%. Now that would have been 200% on your 40, right? Because we didn't get the other bag in, but even if it was half that, let's just say you took the 100, right? Let's do the basic shit, that what you're learning now without any, extra steps involved. You set it at 2%, which is 100% profit. It hits the 100% profit, right? Now you're sitting there, and what happens is the 100% profit gets triggered here, and you're like, holy shit. What happened is you just took advantage of the trade, and what happened is you collected 100% on your 40, right? Which basically just means you've made $40, which if your goal on your $100 bag was to make 50%, you just basically made it on that one trade. Now you'd be in the scenario where once the 3-minute gets to the top, it pulls all the way back down. Since the volume is so high here, you would be re-entering here again at this point here. This would be basically your second entry, but since you hit your first entry, this is your new first entry, right? You would take that entry and keep in mind you are now up 50% on your win. So you've already accomplished this. So you have extra cash in there, right? So here you go again. Now you enter 40% of your bag again. This thing goes on a tear again, and you hit your profits again. All right. Now at this point, you should have noticed that the volume is building on the 5-minute. And more importantly, at this point, you can see right here that the volume is actually building on the 15, you see? So now you can start expecting bigger gains to happen. So you can start shooting for that 4% move in these scenarios here. Because the volume is building big momentum here. So when this second entry came here, right, this is where you can do the basics, where instead of putting a $40 or 40% of your bag in, since there's so much volume, you can go ahead and put 60% of your bag in first and hold the 40 for the next move. You see what I'm saying? Because that extra
This is the type of stuff we'll see in the bull market, isn't it?
Yeah. So now you can get 60% of your bag in with 40% in case there's a pullback or something like that. And now this thing goes crazy, hits 100% again, but now you're 100% of 60. Now you got another double up. Now you're sitting back. What happens again? You wait for the 3-minute to do its thing. It pulls all the way back down. Boom. Now it triggers another trade in here, right? And that's kind of where you would end up on your next trade. Now, once you have two big trades kind of push through, then what you need to do is realize that it's kind of like momentum is slowing down. So the next time it pulls back, it's probably going to pull back a little bit harder. So that's where watching the volume, notice here that the volume peaked and now it's heading down, and now we're waiting on this 3-minute. It's pulling down further, right? It's not building, it's pulling down. So that means the pullback is a little bit deeper. So when that 3-minute hits here, and there's a trade that you can get into there at that moment, you got to realize that this trade is going to be a little bit shorter than most. So you might be in a scenario where at this point, taking 50% or looking for that 50% is going to be the real target there, but it needs to get to somewhere in this zone here. Let me see. Entry here, it's going to be a little bit higher, somewhere in this point here. So you need a 1% move. So this is where you would be, is you'd be stuck in a situation here on this third move where you needed to basically get up here, which we should hit, which we just did. And there you go. You just collected another 50% on that move. But the volume, look at your 3-minute volume. See how now it's pushing up? Now you can say to yourself, like, okay, I see my volume moving up here. I'm going to move this to my point. But since it's the third time around, I would just take my 50% and be happy. You know, because if I looked over at my 15-minute, how long has it been against the top? See?
Yeah.
So now I hit that trade for a 50, 100, which would have been 50. So 50, 50, 50. So I made 150% on this trade so far, 3 trades. And then once you learn how to move, right, move it around, it becomes a little bit more. So it'd been like 250 on one trade. But if you're just doing the basics, taking 50, 50, 50, it's 150. Right? If you're moving it around there, it's a little bit different.
Sui.
What you got on Sui?
Sui's finally going somewhere, maybe. I'm in there. I've been watching it all day. It just got 30-minute green moon, green trend.
On what? What number? So what's your?
But I don't want to. I know you want to be focused on one coin,
No, you're
but
good. You're good.
just
So
in case anyone's interested.
take a look at the. Okay, so tell Suey right now, right? So what does Suey have a 15-minute green moon, green trend? Oh.
Let's see. Yep.
Right, so if we go to Sue, the first thing that we want to know is if the trade that we want to do exists, right? And that's a 15-minute moon and trend. So as soon as we jump here, here's our 15-minute moon. What do we need? A trend. What's the second thing we need? Positive volume. So what happened here, if you see here that the volume, right? You see how the volume is bending and starting to head up? Notice that the volume broke positive before the trend. You see that? So if I had a trend alert and the trend alert hit right here, I would already be thinking that I had a push above positive volume. It came back and it's far away from a 15-minute red moon. You see that? So then with this move to the top, I would look at my RSI and see that it's starting to break up here. And I would basically use this positive volume when I get the trend alert. This is where I would enter right here. As soon as that trend alert comes, I would take that first entry right there. Because I have my push above positive. I have a retest that doesn't even come close to a red moon. And then we're pushing positive with the RSI reversal, positive volume, trend alert, clicking in to an entry. Remember, the trade is a 15-minute moon, 15-minute trend, positive volume. The override to the positive volume is a 30-minute trend, which, oh my God, right there, bro. So now, the 30-minute trend happened here. See that? So actually, the moon and the positive volume, you see the positive volume right here, the moon, positive volume, the only thing I need here is a 15-minute trend to happen because I already have my 30-minute. The 30-minute overrides the volume and the trend for the 15. So once I had a 15-minute moon and I caught a 30-minute trend right there, that's the entry. This entry would have been like here, because we would have got the alert a little bit earlier or right on this peak here. 30 minutes. So 15-minute moon, 30-minute trend. 30-minute trend overrides everything else that's happening, which is a 15-minute trend and positive volume. But you can see here, if you looked, the 30-minute trend alerted you to what was basically pushing up anyways. So right at that moment, that's my entry. 15-minute moon, 30-minute trend. Boom, entry. RSI, bending up, boom. Checklist, retest the volume, boom, headed up. RSI, headed up, entry, boom. So even if you waited and did this here, you're still at the same point. See what I mean? There's your first entry. Now, you'd wait for this pullback or whatever it is, which would be the 3 minute. So slide to your 3 minute. You need a 3-minute red moon. You need a 3-minute retest, which is happening right now. So let's measure this out and see if you didn't already crack your percent. So do what happened here. So you haven't cracked your percent yet. You only went up 80. So you're at 20. No, it's almost 50. So it's about 40, 45% there. So this is where the second entry is going to come in. Where's the second entry come in? Red moon, retest. Second entry pulls back, probably going to pull back down to here. And then that's going to give you your next entry, and that would take your in-between price to right about here. And then you would be looking at that point for a 50% gain, which would be right here. Let's see how that plays out real quick. But these are the reasons why you have those alerts and those entries right away. Get you into that zone real quick. Now, the only difference is when we got that 30-minute trend, we would have slid over to our 3-minute entry because everyone's like, all right, VC, what do we enter on? Well, if I went to my 3-minute, right, just so I cover it in every video so people don't forget, when that 30-minute trend hit, I would have slid over here to see my moon. It is currently red. I would have waited. The RSI came down. My moon hit. I would have waited. And then right here, when my moon and my trend hit, I would have entered this trade here. Notice how it's the same price anyways. You see that? But that's what we would have entered. 3 minute green moon, 3 minute green trend. That's our first entry. Now our second entry, that's what we're waiting on right now. So if you didn't get in the first trade, this would actually be the time that you would be entering a second trade. So let's go over to our MEXC. Sweet. All right, so we got 162. We're gonna do 40% of our trade. There we go. And now what we're doing here is we're gonna wait for this pullback. Here's your 3 minute moon pullback. This is gonna slide down, and as soon as we get that push to the top, we're gonna enter. We need a 15-minute recheck here. There we go. It's pushing up. And if we get a little more aggressive here, we notice that the 15-minute is still pushing up. And then our 30-minute RSI is still pushing up. And our 1 hour is still pushing up. So everything positive here. This is a basic pullback. We need to grab this when the 3 minute starts to reverse. Get into our second entry here. Or our first entry if you missed the first one, this will be your first entry here. So let's see where we get pulled back to. Ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, what's up, Rhino? Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty good, Rhino. Rhino 17. That's clever, brother. I like that. It's clever writing there, dude. Oh, we got a guest. Should we invite the Hebrew? My boy Albert. Albert, you want to go live, dude, or you work in a casino, dude? What are you doing? You want security or what? I'm on detail right now. All right, you see the money line going sideways there, right? RSI pushing. The only thing I really want to know is if the 5 minute needs to see the 5 minute bounce right there. So now I go over here. I take my next little entry point. I open up my long. There we go. That would have been my second entry. And now my third, or since this is my first, will be after that point of the entry, right? So this would be moved up to here. And now whatever the 15 minute or whatever comes down, we'd be looking to get our next entry whenever that full turnaround is. And this also allows you guys to kind of be in a situation where, you know, you're not too worried about your entry points here because you have your first entry at the main point, your second entry, you're getting on the 3 minute bounce on the RSI. You know, you guys can be super safe every time and let your RSI go all the way to the bottom, or at least wait for it to cross back up. So put that in your notes, like let the 3 minute RSI cross up, and that'll just give you guys basically that'll allow you guys to know that you're trading at the safest points. Now here, let's go check volume, right? Now the reason why we're confident in this trade, I almost forgot, is because see how much volume we have here? So 3 minute volume is great, but it has to match on the 5. So we can see here the 5 is huge. It's got a lot of momentum. All we need that to do is transpire to the 15 minute, which it did, which means Sue's in a really good position to push here. So 3 minute pullbacks happening. We got our entry point in there, waiting on the 3 minute RSI to cross up. And then that's pretty much it. And the reason why here the 3 minute RSIs, see how the 3 minute RSI is pretty much almost to the bottom, but the money line went sideways? Because there's so much volume there, I can take that entry without worrying about the 3 minute going all the way down, because there's so much volume that I expect it to actually find support faster and move up. So that's kind of like the note of it. But just to, until you learn that, that's something we'll be talking about over the next couple weeks. You'll be waiting simply for this to cross over. So as soon as this crosses over, then that will be your entry.
And there's also like further confirmation with that 4 hour, because it was like heading towards a red moon and then it just rejected that. So I'm in there. It looks good for a short term high leverage trade too, but I'm in there doing my little for SWE. But I'm doing my little 15x trades. But
I mean, here's the thing, right?
But it's the same concept.
Yeah. The system. It's the same system over and over. He uses a very low like leverage because it's comfortable for him to see things go up and down and not worry, right? So all he really needs to do is get into the beginning of the momentum, which allows him to, if he does get into a trade earlier than most of us, if it's following the system, it'll build momentum. So he doesn't worry about the pullbacks and the roller coaster ride because he's at such a low leverage, he's already expecting it. So what that'll do for him is, 5 out of 10 times by following the system but using low leverage, he's going to get paid out a little bit higher in his targets because the system is going to deliver a 5 to 6 to 7%. So what is when you've been in these trades, right? So what is your average percent that you see a trade move for you, brother?
Well, last week, I mean, I think it's kind of been a bit sideways these last couple of days, and I wasn't getting as much percentage, but I'm still doing a similar thing. Like if it goes up, like SWE earlier, I was in there like a bit too, like just too early because I was just kind of building up a position, and then, but like if it was up 10%, I still watch it as if I'm trading at high leverage, and like when the 15 minutes topped and I'm up around 10%, but it doesn't like if I get a percent move, but it doesn't look like how it does right now, like it's not getting that much volume, then I'll take some profits from the 10%, let it go back down, put, and then keep building it up.
Okay. So here, hold on. Let me run this out. Okay, so right here, guys, you see how the RSI on the 3 minute just curled over? Now, when you go to enter, we're entering on a 3 minute, right? So look at your candle. Notice it's 10:15 p.m. The next 3 minute candle will be at 10:18, which means I will enter this trade at what time? If I'm entering off a 3 minute candle, the next candle is it's 10:15. The next candle is at 10:18. What time do I enter this trade?
10:17.
At 10:17. So right now, look at the price, right? We're at 154.29. Now, don't forget when that candle hit at 10:15, you see how it jumped? Look how high it jumped. It was up to 54.77. Right? So if you enter at the wrong time, you could cost yourself 10, 15, 20%. Right? So when that candle hits, if a 3 minute candle hits, you got to let that candle play out. So you got to let those 2 minutes go by. So right now, by me simply waiting for that to happen, let me show you the difference here. from where it is currently to where it was is 0.25, right? Which is literally 12% profits that I would lose by not understanding when to properly enter. Now it's 10.17, right? So we're going to look at the price when it becomes 10.18. And that's where we would enter this, because now that we have the RSI crossing, this is where we would take the entry. So 53.92, 53.92, 54.01. Let me know when it turns 10.18. I'm watching too. So 53.94. We got 94, 53.94. Okay, right there. So 154.07. All right, so 154.07. Let me put this where it is. So 154.07. There you go. So right there is where you would enter. See? That makes sense now? Look at the difference in that. You just saved yourself, literally on a 50x leverage, you just saved yourself 25%. See what I'm saying?
Oh, fuck.
That's why being patient
Oh my
there
God.
and entering on the 3-minute is kind of like the main thing that you got to do. And don't forget, Young, you're like off mute, big dog. So right there, that's the proper entry that you want to get into, because you've seen that cross, right? And now you can see where it's still pushing down, right? But that's also the key to kind of like letting that time go. If we're watching and waiting for that, and we see that the 3-minute is bending back down, then we can wait and get a better entry from there. We can even go deeper. But that's the key to when you enter a 3-minute trade, is working the candle, and then look for what happens. If it starts to bend down even more, right, or the price is getting real, like moving quickly to the bottom, then just wait for it to hit the bottom and cross back over again, right? So we're going to take this at a 154.07 entry, right? And we're going to stay focused on here and kind of work our little spot here. All right, so now get rid of these here. There's a 0.5%. So 1% move would be here. Okay. So now,
You know I'm gonna soy sauce that shit up.
based on this, what I'm looking at here is my stop loss. So here's my stop loss off here. Let me see my entry. Did I enter Sue? All right, so Sue had an average entry of 15426. 15426. 15426 area. So something, there we go. All right, so there we go. That would be my 1%. And that would be my stop loss right there. But that's how you enter your 3-minute entries. It's important to follow that very simple thing. Let the 2 minutes go by before you get your entry. If it continues to move down, the RSI makes a move in between there, then just wait for your entry. You'll get better and quicker at it as you play. But those are just little tips that we're going to start going over the next 2 weeks, right? Implementing, entering on the 3-minute candle properly, entering your first trade when the alert hits, and then getting your second entry, being a little more aggressive with your second entry. So here, my first entry is here. I didn't actually get this one, which would have been a really nice one to get into. Mine is up in this section here. So now my second entry is going to be when the 5-minute pulls back right here, as long as the volume stays positive. So we're pretty good on the volume. So when the 5-minute hits the bottom, that'll be my second entry. So when this comes down here, that will be whenever this bends. It looks like it's probably going to hit the bottom there. It's going to be my second. And this is perfect example. See, that's why like when we go in here, I like to do the trades with you guys so that you guys can see like what's happening in the trade, right? If I come over here and I say, okay, everything's set up here, I'm already there. I put my 50% stop loss. I know where it's going to be. I put my 100% profit. Everything's set just in case my computer dies or MEXC does maintenance. Guys, very important now that we touched on that note that you always set your stop losses, even if you think you're going to be sitting there. Because if you're a rookie, right, this probably hasn't happened to you yet, but MEXC will do maintenance in the middle of the night or at sometimes, 2 a.m. or something. If you're not paying attention, that you could miss the information that they're doing a maintenance, and it will literally lock you out from making trades. And then, yeah, you're pretty much screwed at that point, right? Right, Anthony? That happens to us. Chris Stevens, what's up, guys? So, guys, welcome in on TikTok, man. Appreciate you coming in, man. Right now, we're just going over some basic entries that we'll be working on inside the Trading Academy, just for the guys to, walk through a process. It's early in the entries. It's simple entries. We're marking down how far a trade will go negative before it goes positive, and then we're marking how high a trade goes forward. But we're entering the same way at the same time so that we can get a rhythm. And then once we get a rhythm, then we can move to adjusting to better entries, better positions, little things like that to improve everything that we're getting into. It's pretty much that simple. If you're brand new, right? If you're a new guy, doesn't matter, if you have $5,000 in the account, doesn't matter, okay? The most you want to trade with is $20, right? The reason why I say that is because you're going to take some lumps as you start to learn. And when you lose 50% of the $20, it's only $10. You can lose 10 in a row and only lose 100, right? So it's not that bad. It's all learning experience, right? So don't come in and say, well, you know what, I'm going to try 500, right? So first you need to grasp the basics, and then you're going to use profits to actually move forward. Right, so once you have profits, you move forward. So let me reiterate. The average guy or most people should start with $10 and make every single trade, meaning that in your wallet, inside of your futures, the wallet should only be at $10 total. Wallet balance should say $10. If you have money, $1,000, $2,000, whatever, you're not too worried about it, the wallet balance should say $20, okay? Once it says $20, now every time you make a trade, the first slide is going to be 40% entry. So whatever the 40% of whatever your bag is, you make that trade. The second trade will be 50%, and the last trade will be 100, right? And that will equal a 40% first entry, a 30% second entry, and a 30% last entry. Because 40% of 100 leaves 60, half of 60 is 30, and 100% of 30 is 30. Those are the three trade entries. Okay, first trade is worth 40%. Second trade is worth 50 slider, which is 30%. And the last trade, there's only 30% of your bag left, so you slide to 99% to make your trade. Okay, now we all start off with the same bag. So if you're using $20, use $20. Okay, if you move it to $30, move it to 30 if you're feeling a thing, but do not go over $30. Okay, guys, for God's sake, learn to take profits, put it back into your bag to make money. Don't use your own money to trade, right? Now, the one things that have to stay consistent, you have to trade with a 50x leverage, right? So every time you trade, make sure you're trading with a 50x leverage, 52, 53, as long as in the ballpark of 50, but be above 50, 51, 52, 53, whatever. Be in that little ballpark right there, okay? Whatever it is, it's the same amount every single time as you move forward, okay? Second thing you have to do is take advantage of how far a coin goes down negative. You need to write that down. And every time what happens to the trade, whether your first entry is stop loss at 50% or you hit 100% profits on your first trade, or you do 2 entries and you take profits at 50%, right? And then we know how it all turns out from there. Okay, so now I'm looking at my 5-minute here. I can see my volume here is getting towards the bottom. I need my 3-minute to show that it has volume pushing up. This is what we're looking at right now. So we're at the floor there with it. We need that to turn into a bounce, which looks like it wants to right here. Now, since the 3-minute is bouncing at that point, I'm going to take my other 30% that I have, and I'm going to enter here because I am negative more than 20-some percent. So I'm going to take my 30% entry here to knock down my leverage down to 15, right? And normally what I'll do is if I get above 30 or 40% like that area, I would, if my 3-minute is headed up, I will take my second entry. So that's protecting my move right there. So now I have an entry point that I took right here. Right there. So there's my next entry point right there. And I'm going to make my entry points white letters. Actually, let me make them white. Yeah. Let's make the letters green, baby. Yeah. Yeah.
Really good.
What's up, baby? What that baby say in the background? Yeah.
That was the reaction to my cooking.
Baby said, yeah.
I was about to say.
What'd you make? Goulash?
I didn't. Oh, I made some stir fry.
Stir fry.
But I shouldn't have taken the attention off of XMR.
Oh yeah.
Because it just did a nice little pop.
Oh yeah, but
it's okay.
Yeah, no. I mean, right now what we're doing is like, believe me, I'm not concerned about trading right now. Where now I just want to walk through the system, make the entries, so guys can see, like, when things go negative, not to panic, when to get the second entries, and just let it happen. Now, since I do have my second entry in there, right? I have my stop loss already set. Now you're going to notice that the stop loss self-adjusts. So remember, it was set at 50, right? It's self-adjusted to 38 because I put more money in. So it already accounted for the money that I put in, and it's already moved the profit point already. But since I do have both my entries in already, the only thing I need to change is not the stop loss, because it needs to be at that level because I've added more money. I don't want to lose 50%. This is equivalent to where I want to be, is 38.72, right? But my profit has to move to 50. Because now what I'm doing is I'm trying to get 50% profits and get out of this trade. That's where we got to be. CME Entertainment, what up, baby? Guys, if you have any questions or want to get into the course or anything like that, you have to send an email to VC Crypto Nation, VCCryptoNation@gmail.com. VCCryptoNation@gmail.com. Right. So the name of the group, VC Crypto Nation, the name of the channel, VCCryptoNation.com. If you're in the United States, make sure you use your cell phone. Put your cell phone number in there. That's how we'll contact you. All right, so now keep in mind, guys, I have my stop loss here set at 38. I still have a third bag of an entry, right? It's a third bag entry. So now, once you have your entry in, you can take a look at Sue, and what you're going to do here is see if you see that you are in a good trade or a bad trade, right? So what does that mean? That means the volume needs to be positive. Notice here the 3-minute volume has kind of left our market value here, right? We go to our 5-minute, let's see how bad we are in a position. It's holding on here, and it does look like it wants to bounce here, and the 55-minute is about to hit the bottom. So it looks like we have some saving grace here, but it's going to, need a little bit of protection here, because the 15-minute is pulling down, and the volume on the 15-minute is slightly negative. So it looks like we're in a tough pullback here, right? Now keep in mind, we do have our last 30% bag that we can implement in here to protect, right? So if you're at 30% negative, you can take 50% of whatever your bag is left, hit right there. And now what I'm doing is I'm protecting my entry point, right? And you can see right here that the stop loss is now self-adjusted one more time, right? And the profits have slightly adjusted, right? So I'm using my third bag to protect myself because I reached the 30% area, but my stop loss is only at 38. So I don't want to trigger that until I give it the opportunity to bounce here, right? Now, what I do want you guys to understand is that at this moment, I am okay with losing the 36% on this 70 or 80% bag, right? So what is it, 160, 25 left, some shit like that. But yeah, so I'm okay with losing 30% of this bag because remember, I'm okay with losing 50% of this bag, right? Does that make sense? So averages are is that I'm going to hit my number more than I go the other direction. So by doing this correctly, right, you can see we're going to get where we want to go here, right? So at the end of the day, that's how you protect yourself with that third entry, is if we got negative 30% again, I had a 38% stop loss, so I entered 50% of what I had left to basically give myself some protection from that 30% mark. And if I got to 30% again, I would have put in the other half of my last entry. Okay. And then at that point, you know, I'm either going to get saved or I'm going to lose 36% or 40% of my bag. And that's just the way it is. Right? It is what it is. Now, the beauty part of it is, and you separate your bags and you do the shit properly, what happens is you put yourself in a position where you don't care because you should always have 4 other bags, right? There should always be 4 bags at the same amount. So if I'm trading 160, then I should have at least, you know, 2 more or 3 more bags of 160, right? Because if I lose 50% of this bag, that would leave me with 80, and I need to add 80 to make it 160 again so I can go back and get my money, right? Now, let's say worst case scenario, right? You guys lose 50% of your trades, right? An average of, we'll just go to the whole max. We'll say 50%. So that means you lose 250% on 10 trades. 5 trades, 50%, 250. When you win, right, and you're making your adjustments for your wins, right, you'll start adjusting to your movement, right? So if you're a terrible trader and you never ever, you know, you do everything wrong, at the end of 10 trades you should break even because you should have 250% in profits, 250% in losses. You should be dead even. You're a terrible trader, you broke even, right? The odds of that actually happening are they're kind of like almost nil, because if you're moving your stop losses accordingly, moving your process accordingly, then you're going to kind of move yourself out of those 50% losses. You're going to take more like 20% losses or a entry point loss and stuff like that. So it's a very, very different scenario there. So in reality, you should only, I would say, lose 5 trades, lose 3 of them at 50%, 2 of them at entry, right? So you'd lose 150%. You should win 250. So at the end of it, you should, at the worst case scenario, if you're completely terrible, you should win 100% on 10 trades. That means you're just really bad that day, and the market was terrible, and you know you're learning, right? That's the beauty of watching trades go through, checking trades, learning that. So now don't forget, guys, I still have my half of my third trade entry that I'm sitting on here to, you know, get into if this 15-minute volume bounces again or pulls down to where I need to get into. I will enter a third entry here to protect my bag. And how I'm going to do that is here. You see how it's getting to that 30% area? I'm going to do another 50%, open a long there. There's another 50. If it gets above 30% again, Then we'll do another 50, and we'll do that until we see some type of, till we run out of that. So I did half already once. I did a second half. I will do a third half and then a full if I need to. And all I need to do here is click on the current price, say that if it goes back to 29, or actually 28, to take that next entry, and then if it goes down to 25, to take the final entry. So now I am completely in this trade. Now it is what it is. Now I can go watch some basketball, come back and see what happens. Oh, I'm in the mood for love, simply because you're near me. Okay, and if I lose, 34%. Yada, yada. Yes, sir. Oh man. So that's how it is, guys. That's why you can remove emotions. Just do your job out there. Place entries when you're supposed to enter. Write down the negative. So what I would do here is I'd write down that the most negative it went, since it went 30, and then I had to buy and it went 30 again. Then what I would do is just say that it went negative 45% before it went positive. And now I'm just waiting to see what the positive. So far I've reached, I think the max was what, 40, 30, 32 or something like that. That's kind of where we're at there. I'm in the mood for love, simply because you're near me. Let's go. Stop abusing us. Stop taking advantage of me. Do, 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 do. Dum, bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Let's take a look here. So I don't have any alerts sent on Sue, so just want to make sure I'm all right here, man. So the the only time I would actually like sell this trade, right? If you were going to sell this, is you would put an alert on your 15-minute, add an alert there. You put it for short, right? And once per minute, and then you just put a 15-minute. What are we on? Sue, sell that shit. I'm gonna put sell that shit alert. So if that does pop up, we will sell if that alert does pop up. So other than that, guys, that's pretty much it, man. Now we just kind of ride it out. See what happens. Let's ride it out, boys. All right, there we go. Come on now. Don't forget, guys, we still have 2 orders that are pending that are protecting us at the 584. What? 5. What is that? Sue? Is that Sue? Buy long Sue. Where's the entry? 153.25, 153.28. So we got the last support there. Just got to make sure if we do hit a 15-minute red trend and we have to panic sell here, that we just want to make sure to close those orders and make sure they don't continue on, right? Give me a minute here. I'll be right back. Nothing more I can do for that trade. I'll be done when you're done, baby. Fly me to the moon. Ooh. Where we at, boys? Oh, we hovering again. We hovering. All right, what's our alert? Engine moon long, Glem long, 15-minute XLM long. Are you using TradingView or So What Broke? All right, so Fat Cat Fever. I don't do. WebBull don't do that, bro. So do you have a Fat Cat? Do you have like Crypto.com or do you have Coinbase or Kraken? Do you have any? Do you own any crypto on an exchange? So guys, you can't trade crypto on WebBull, but you got to have a if you have a you got to have something like I recommend crypto.com. Fees seem high for so guys, if you don't have, that's why I was just asking you what you had, bro. If you need to get into crypto, right, the first thing that you're going to do is get yourself a crypto.com account, right? And then you can sign up for crypto.com. They have like an emerald card and stuff like that. You get cash back on everything that you purchase and shit. But use crypto.com, and then from crypto.com we move it over to an exchange, which is our trading exchange, right? So we trade on a company called MEXC, right? Now, in order to use MEXC, you need to have a VPN and all this other stuff, which, if you don't know, if you're in America, you got to look it up, and it's all over YouTube. But we do show you how to do that. You never use your cell phone when you sign up there. Always use an email address. Use a VPN inside of Australia or UK, and then stuff like that. And then you just make sure. Don't forget, guys, anything on TikTok is not financial advice. It is all for educational purposes. Let me actually put that up real quick while I'm over here BSing. Let's see here. What do we have? Enhance, and we want effects. Yeah. And we want to go over to green screen. And once we have green screen, we want to put that there. And now we need that right there. I'm going to play that disclaimer, guys. Don't forget, guys, this channel does not promote or encourage any illegal activities. All contents provided by this channel is meant for educational purposes only. That's pretty much it. All right, so before you make any financial advice or do anything like that, please consult a professional before moving on or anything like that. Understand that the channel is just a channel that provides information, and it's not for, anything but educational purposes. It's pretty much what that is. What else? Yeah, that's about it, man. So put a little hand right there. Hopefully you can read my palm. I'm in the dark here. Hold on, boys. There you go. Now let's see. All right, don't forget, guys, everything here is educational purposes only, guys. All right. Let's get back to business. All right, so now we have a 3-minute red trend. So we are losing volume here. I'm not going to panic here right now because I'm pretty much in this trade here. So I'm not going to panic. So this is the difference between when you sit here and you have like emotional attachment to what we have. Don't forget, we do have some additional buys here that we have. We have buys that are set at 28, 153.28, 153.25, and so forth. So we have 2 more buys to protect us. We can go through a 3-minute reset here and then get our push there. But so far, that's pretty much it. So guys, Discord, are you there? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So you see what I'm saying? Like, this is where a lot of times you guys will panic, right? That makes sense. Or you're fighting a downward trend right now. So if anybody's this from, you ever find yourself like in this situation?
Yes, but now that I have this 3-trade system, I can save my ass instead of panicking.
Right. And the other thing is, once the money's in there, right? Don't forget, we're also trading. This is why you start with $10. This is why you start with 20, so that it's not emotional, right? It doesn't really mean anything. You're just getting into trades. What you need to understand is that it's the law of average, right? The law of average means every time you do something, if you make things in your favor, the odds should always trigger you. So our goal is to win 7 out of 10 trades, right? So it's okay if we lose 3, don't matter. Now, when you kind of like accept that, and you find yourself where you're trading and you're already set up to, accept losses, you start to move emotions, right? Because the whole thing for me is I'm in this trade. I'm already prepared to take my 36, 38% loss on my bag. And that's pretty much all I can do. So it's either going to pan out and go reverse for me and, end up in my favor, because we do have the 15-minute trend, the 30-minute trend, the 2-hour, the 4-hour. Now we have all these things in our favor. So I did the best I could do to get into a trade that, had the signals and had the possibilities of being a good trade. Once I do that, now I just have to let it play out, right? And this is why the most important thing is understanding you always want to have 4 bags equal to what you're doing. So if you're trading $50, then you need 4 $50 bags, 3 on hold, just waiting to replace the other one. If you lose 50%, technically you're only replacing 50% of the bag. So if you have 3 bags waiting, it technically means that you can lose 6 trades in a row and still come back and be in a good situation. If that makes sense. There are other words. So while we're here, if you're in the Discord, what questions do you have? What are you struggling with? Anything you're working on? How the videos? Are the videos pretty much self-explanatory? All right, so my other 2 entries hit there. I should move my stop loss a little bit, 32. Now I'm sacrificing, I'm gonna keep mine at 40. Because that's where I'm pretty much locked in there. So let's see. Now, it looks like we're gonna lose this battle here. I don't have an alert for my 15-minute trend yet. The sad part is it's probably gonna bounce up. Yo!
Alfie Elf.
Oh!
What?
Come on, bro.
I had a question actually. My mic. I was trying to ask you when you asked about questions, but my mic wasn't plugged in. When it's something I don't remember. What things don't you need, or what things do you need extra when you're doing comparing like a long and a short?
Well,
So like if you're doing short, there's a couple of things you don't need.
well, the real answer is mastering volume, right? But at the end of the day, you need triggers, you need confirmation, right? So every trade needs a trade, right? So that's why we have a 15-minute trade. The 15-minute trade is basically the trade that we're looking for, right? So a 15-minute trade would be a moon, a trend, and positive value, right? Now that works for a long, that works for a short. The only difference is confirmation of that trade, right? So what we use for confirmation for a long is if you get a 15-minute green moon, you would be looking for a 15-minute green trend, or once you have that, the confirmation that the trade is active is the 30-minute green trend, right? Because the 30-minute gives you solidification that you're in a better scenario of not getting a pullback. So that's kind of where we can look at long positions, right?
So if you're looking at a short, you wouldn't necessarily need the 30-minute trend.
No, because you would be the confirmation, because a short is more aggressive than a long, right? And this, as you learn volume, you become more accurate with it, but just on an overall, right? So for instance, an overall pullback would be this, right? So ours would be, and it's the 15-minute moon, 15-minute RSI breaking down. And then right here, the only thing that really pulls this to the next level is you would need a 15-minute trend here, right? So that's the same trade. We need a 15-minute moon. We need volume to break the zero line in our favor, which it did right here. And now you need the RSI in your favor, right? So kind of like the basics is you always want to trade with your 15-minute RSI, in your direction, your 30-minute RSI in your direction, right there, kind of breaking down. The 1 hour in your favor, right? Those are the best trades that happen. When you take a long position, you want the 1 hour, the 30, and the 15 in your direction. When you do a short, it becomes a little bit different because you can sneak by with a pullback trade that is a 15-minute and a 30-minute coming crossing. And then all you really need there is your 15-minute moon and your 15-minute negative volume, which you have. And now all you really need is the confirmation of your trade, which would be a 15-minute trend, right? So for me, it's like, give it a 15-minute moon, give it a 15-minute negative volume, and the RSI crossing to the downside. That to me is normally like a solid trade here, right? So if you're looking here, 15-minute RSI crosses, you get a 15-minute moon, right? And that's why we're seeing this heavier pullback. But to me, it has to have where, now that I have a trade, right? I have a moon and a trend. What I need is confirmation. Now, confirmation is going to be a trend, right? And I've got the alert set on there. It hasn't gone off. Or it'll be where it comes down, does a retest, then the trend comes in, and then we see the bigger move. So right now, we just need a trend, right? Or a 30-minute trend, right? So right now, we don't have a 15 or 30. So right now, we're still basically technically stuck in a consolidation. Now, to get heavier pullbacks, right? And these are just like, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, what trade are we doing, right? If we're a heavier leverage, then all we really need to do is we just need to find a push, right? And that's this push in volume breaks down, the RSI breaks down, we get an alert on the moon, we can take advantage of this short here. So if we have high leverage, we're working inside of these little areas right here. But you still need confirmation on, the basis. So even though we're having a pullback, it's more like a retest. All right, it's just retesting here. We need some type of like, the next phase is the third piece, right? So moon, volume, trend, right? Moon, volume, trend. We don't have the trend, right? So it's not giving us a good entry point here. Now, what we can do is anticipate a trend, right? Which is normally if you're working the 3 minute, right? So the next time if we're going to get a trend, it should happen at 11 p.m., right? The next 3-minute candle is going to come in. So the next 2 minutes, we will see which direction this candle is pushing. And then if we get a trend, it'll be on that next, even at 11 or 11:03. So right now we're
I'll
just
do some
kind of
stuff today on the indicators just to see how close the trend is to changing.
Mhm.
So we'll have an update on that in the next soon. Well, maybe tomorrow, depends. We'll do some more stuff.
Nice.
I just thought I was looking at some stuff and I thought it'd be nice to know if that trend's close to hitting or not.
Yeah, right. But that's kind of it. So the only thing I need here is I have an alert set already for Sue's 15-minute trend. So I don't have that yet. I don't think it's hit yet. Let me see. Right, no, it hasn't hit yet. And I think I have it right here. See here, Sue, 15 minutes, sell that shit. But it just pulled back heavier than it should have because there was a loss of volume there. That's going to happen every once in a while, right? Which is okay. So right there, I lost my 38% of my bag, my 40% of my bag. But I mean, that's kind of like, that's going to happen. That's a loss in there. It's 1 out of 10, right? Now, when I go back in this trade, if I'm still looking at it's growing positively, right? If, let's say that it has this big pullback, we need a 15-minute trend here to trigger the beginning of the pullback, right? The other part of the pullback is basically the main pullback we want and always are going to be doing is you get this is kind of like, and as we move forward, we'll see this. So you see how we have our 1 hour. Let's pull this down here. So for instance, here's our 1 hour red moon, right? I'm gonna mark this up for you. So here's our 1 hour moon. And I'm gonna turn that purple, right? That's our 1 hour moon there. And then we have our 1 hour trend, right? Comes in over here. It's our 1 hour trend, right? Now, the thing about that is, as we move forward, we can see that as we break down here, we have a couple, this one right here is a heavy pullback because the 1 hour is also with the 1 hour crossover from the RSI. So everything is moving in your favor here. Momentum is pulling you down. Then there's the bounce, and then there's a second, that's kind of how you get through this last move. Now, in this particular time here, the short that we would want would be the scenario where we get a 1 hour red moon, we get a 1 hour red trend, and then the only thing you really need at that point is the 15-minute setup, right? So if we go back and look here, you can notice that when the 1 hour moon hit, we got a 15-minute, 1 hour red trend. When the 15-minute moon came in here, notice that we already had negative volume here, right? So this is the trend, moon, and that's your short right there. That's the beginning of your short position because you're playing the 1 hour, right? So as we move down, that's kind of where it's the reverse, right? So if you're doing long, you're using the 15-minute and 30-minute to give you an insight to the 1 hour. And then here, if we look at how the 30-minute plays out, right? I'll show you what this is. So now, when you do a short, notice here's our 30-minute trend here, right? Same scenario. That's why the 30 minutes implemented, right? And we'll make this one blue. So now, when you get a 1 hour red moon and you're looking for a short, so like how we go long, right? We're always looking for the 15-minute moon, 15-minute trend, positive value, right? The scenario right here is same scenario, right? So let's go back to our 30 or our 15-minute. So here you have a 30-minute red trend kicks in right here. Now what you'd be looking for is you'd be looking for your bounces or your pushes, right? And that's normally going to be 15-minute. Notice how the 15-minute RSI is at the bottom. It pushes up, it gets a green moon, it has a big spike, then it goes to a red moon right there, right? And a red trend. See that?
Mm-hmm.
So that right there would be where we would kick off the short position for this particular trade right there. But it starts with the 30-minute, right? 30-minute trend, 15-minute RSI comes up, goes back into a red moon. There's our entry to our short, and that's the same move. If we're going long, it would be the 30-minute trend. The 15-minute green moon would come in, the RSI would reset, and then we go long. It's the same trade, just reverse. All right, so when we go here, all right, let's go back and look at our 30. So now, when we're looking on the long spot, right, do we have a 30-minute here? Yeah, right. We better. There it is. Okay, so here, let me go and turn this blue. Here we have a 30-minute, right? Now, in this scenario, we slide back to the 15-minute, right? And this is where we need a 15-minute moon, right? The trend comes in. Here's your 15-minute green moon. Here's your 15-minute trend, right? Now, most of the time when you have this hit, this doesn't pull back like this, right? But we're always taught that there's going to be a bounce and a pullback, right? So we already know that. Now the 3 trade entry allows us to get in case it doesn't pull back as much as we thought, and it also tries to protect us on pullbacks that go too far. See what I'm saying? So in this scenario, we just lost out the trade because there was more pullback than there was push to the forward. But we have a 30-minute trend. We have positive volume on the 15-minute. The only difference is right here, the volume didn't fucking bounce. See? Now, we're not in a short because we didn't get a 30-minute red trend. So to me, what that means is when this 15-minute gets down here and starts to swing this other direction, then I would be looking to attack this entry again for the next move to the upside. Because if it doesn't trigger this 30-minute trend, then what that means is it's not much of it's the pullback was just weak hands, and that the volume and the books are still pushing to the upside, right? Because I still have a 2 and a 4 hour green trend, right? So in this zone here, right? If I go here to my 4 hour, inside the 4 hour zone here, right? That's where I'm at. I got my push, my second push. Now this could be coming to, this could be coming to an exhausting thing, right? Because remember when we cover trading zones, right? Trading zones are you want to get the first push, a second push, and then from there you normally get a hard pullback and then a final push before it dumps again. It's kind of where we're at right now. It's kind of like exhausted. There's the first push, there's the second, right? So this is something that I'm not teaching the guys right now because then they start overthinking this shit, right? Like right now, let's take some losses, let's get unemotional, and let's just understand how to work, right? And then once we learn how to do the job, then we'll sharpen up the tools and we'll bring in new equipment, and then we'll make shit a lot easier. But right now, we got to take losses. We got to take the basics, right? They got to understand that it's not an emotional thing. It's a systematic thing, right? So here, if I looked at my 4 hour, I would have noticed that there was already exhaustion in there. And then more than likely on this next pullback, this will be our final bounce in here, right? Eventually this has to, it has to reclaim this move here. So it's gotta come short here. So if you look at any of the other 4 hours, there's always pushes in there. So there's a push, another push, there's a pullback and a final push, and then it kind of like starts to make its way down. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Kind of heading in that scenario. But we should have one more push here. So not too shabby. But since we don't have a 30-minute or a 15-minute red trend, right? Then at this time, I have to assume that I'm going to bounce here, right? So which would mean that if this 15-minute keeps pulling down here, eventually when it goes sideways, then I will go into another long entry. What are we on? Sue.
Go back into that long. You're doing the same confirmations, right?
Yeah. So we'll jump back
green
into
moon, that retest.
Yeah. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, because it didn't get its 15-minute red trend. So now all we're doing here is letting all the RSIs reset, right? So the 30 starting to reset, the 1 hour is probably resetting, right? So now we're just going to let these reset, and then we're going to go back into our long, as long as everything, if things don't change, right? So if we stay with a 30-minute green trend and it goes back around, then we'll see, see where we're at. But right now we're just waiting for the pullback to kind of finish its move, right? And the first part of knowing where that is we need to get a 15-minute green moon, right? That's the first part of the trade. So you need a trade, right? And what's a trade is it's a 15-minute moon. That's a trade, or a 15-minute trend. That's a trade, right? So once you get a 15-minute trend or a 15-minute moon, I like the moons because then I can look at a coin a lot earlier. Once you get a 15-minute moon, then you can go look at volume, right? Or you can look at, do I have a 30-minute green trend? Okay, where are my RSIs? Right? You can do the basics, right? I need a retest of what's happening, right? That's kind of what we got here. So we already know the volume failed to hold. It broke down. That happens. And now we're looking for the 15-minute to go to the bottom, start to fill out. And then when the 15 starts to head up and the 30 starts to head up, then we will take another entry if all of the other things stay the same, right? So far, this is just a real shitty pullback that we got caught in. And now we're looking to, take advantage of the bounce, right? So to kind of understand the bounce on the momentum of the bounce, I'm going to go to my 3-minute, and I'm going to start watching my 3-minute volume here, right? This is where the beginning starts, right? Do I get a moon here, right? So here I go, 52.32, right? So now I can see I'm about to get my 3-minute. This is a pretty big pullback here, right? So I can set myself up and I can say, okay, when I get a bounce here to a 3-minute moon and a 3-minute trend, I could be looking for, positive type scenarios here. And then the 5-minute needs to be heading up, which it all looks like we're at the bottom here. It looks like we found the bottom, right? There's also, it's hitting a trend line here, but if you don't know about your trend lines, you wouldn't see it anyways. But it all looks like it's starting to really make its little move here. Now, normally I would actually get a little more aggressive in this area here, but I'm gonna let this play out, and we're just gonna play by the basics here. Now, as time goes on, we'll adjust and make different aggressional trades and a little more aggressiveness. But right now, I just want you guys to be systematic and get the basics down, and then let instincts as you move forward become a little more part of your scenario. But right now, we need the volume to break above positive, right? So far, we need a 3-minute moon and we need a 3-minute trend, which we don't have. We don't even have a 2-minute trend. So we're going to sit on this trade here until we get that. But I do see that we've just started where we can see that we've got a bottom now. That would be an area of, importance for us to kind of say, okay, well, if it's going to, consolidate on this line, 150-158 is probably a area of interest for us, or 151.63 or something like that. So now we're expecting this to bounce up, and because it's the first bounce from the bottom, we're expecting it to then return back to the bottom. And if it holds that position, right, then from there we'd be knowing that we're getting a little bit stronger. But for us, we're just waiting for a green moon and a green trend. Till I get that, I can't do anything. And then I need some positive value. Second thing is I need a 15-minute moon, right? I don't have that yet. So my next long trade is going to go off of that 15-minute moon, which I do not have. Bum, 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 bum. And then we'll be right back in this trade. Oh. And just repeat the same damn steps. But to me, right now, is to answer Alf, you still there? To answer Alf's question, we want to trade with the minimum a 30-minute, trend, right? 30-minute trend up or down. right? Once you have the 30-minute trend, just look for some type of retest that happened before the trend or happening during the trend when the alert hits. And then if it's already happened, then take the entry. If it's happening when you get the trend alert, let it finish and take the entry. If it's, hasn't happened, wait for it to pull back and then take the entry. Right? And that is how we do it. What's up, Jimmy? Bro, Jimmy, where you been? Yo, Jimmy been MIA. MIA, Jimmy. Where you been, Jimmy? Jimmy. In other words.
Just like got some questions in TikTok.
Oh, what do we got, man? If you read them out, you can just.
I got a couple of questions.
You can answer them. All right, what do you have? Okay, what does he say? What do you have for your followers who do not have any knowledge of crypto? You have time to mentor. Okay, hold on. I have Web Bull. We answered Web Bull. Okay, so where we at? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Yo, play that shit out. All right. What do you what do you have for your followers who do not have any knowledge of crypto? Yeah, we have an entire mentorship section that we do. So, I mean, that's been kind of like the normal, I'd say, with the last group of guys that came into the class a couple weeks ago. We'll be starting class again, another set of class in the next week. But yeah, the guys that came in are pretty much, a lot of guys didn't even have a wallet. So we had to, get a wallet, set up an exchange or, crypto.com, and then how to buy crypto, and then how to move crypto, and then how to get VPNs and how to sign up correctly. So yeah, we have an entire mentorship program for the new people who've never done crypto ever. So we do have that. And then the best part is, guys, is like the one thing that we do have is a Discord, and the Discord is full of people that are just like everyone else, and they have all been where the new guy is, and they can simply, advise the video they need to watch, or, let the new guy know, who to ask for help. And then once that happens, then you're in a good position. All right, so you see my 15-minute bend there? So this 15-minute bend is happening. I'm going to go to my 3-minute because I'm waiting for that 3-minute moon. And I want to see where the volume is, right? So see here, I can see my volume is kind of fighting here. It's not the greatest scenario, but it is going flat, so it does look good. So this is an area where the next time this 3-minute RSI pulls down, then I will take my entry point for my next long here. So I get my moon. Come on, moon. Oh, you know what? Let me take care of this real quick while we're here, Alf. Alf, you still here, big dog? Secret information. There we go. And James Cameron, where is? There we go. All right, where is James? Copy. Okay. Go over here. Let me find Alf. Message. Next one. There we go. All right. So we're lining up the next guys for the next class. But yeah, guys, if you have, if you don't have any understanding of crypto or whatever, hey VC, can you reach out to me after you're live, please? Yeah, Cam, you need to. Where you at, bro? Cam, you there? Cam, you there, big dog? Right, you there? Yeah. All right. Let me get you your admin. Let me see what the admin did. Server settings. Let me slide over here. Let me get the members. Let me find you. Cam Redding. All right, there we go. Okay. I got you, big dog. All right, Cam, we're going to change this out. Visitor to Academy. There you go. Okay. All right, so come back now. You can jump in here. So Cam, you can see live trade now. You see all these folders here. So here's what we got to do. Is the first thing you're going to do, Cam? Okay, in the folders here, right? You're going to see a section here, right over here. It's called Academy Chat, right? It's going to be. Let me know. Do you see Academy Chat? All right, come into Academy Chat. Okay, Academy Chat. Where is that? Here it is. Academy. Right? So go to Academy, and there's an arrow. If it's pointed down, it works. If it's pointed sideways, then you need to drop the box. Drop it down, okay? Now you're going to see course intro, right? Click on course intro, okay? Inside here, you're going to see all these videos. Make sure you scroll to the very top, brother. Scroll up. Scroll to the top, right? Because the very first video was posted a while ago. So you need to scroll to the top and you need to start course, right? So you're going to watch these videos, all these videos in a row. And then at the end of the day, right, you'll get to the part where there'll be a video about your indicators. Your indicators should already be inside of your trading view, okay? So once you get to those videos, you're going to let me know when you get to the indicator videos, all right? So when you get to the indicator videos, you're going to let me know. You see this pullback right here that's going on here? So now on this pullback here, guys, I'm going to get a little more aggressive and look for an entry here, you know, way back, you know, see if I can retouch this here. So what you're going to do, Cam, is go to them videos. When you get to the videos that are saying how to do your indicators, let me know when you get there. Why is that curtain all broke? That pissed me off. It's $500 curtain. The got me distracted. All right, where was I? So yeah, Cam. So go watch those videos, right? When you get through those videos and you get to setting up your indicators, you need to send me a message, right? Or go to the Academy chat, right? And in the Academy chat, just post, need help setting up indicators. And then myself or Alf will find you. And we will also be setting up an event with all the new people coming in on how to set up the indicators properly over the next week. But you need to watch those videos, right? So you got that? Steve! What up, Steve? You got that, big dog? Fly me to the moon. Cam, you got that? Tyria, what up,
Why did we
Tyria?
not get in?
You got Cam, you got it, big man? You got it? What's up, Steve? What's up, buddy? How you been, man? Okay, as soon as you get to the indicator videos, man, let me know, and then keep watching videos, keep going, and then you'll get an invite for whenever you have time to go set up your indicators, right? And it's pretty much self-explanatory. Good to hear, Steve. Yeah, man. Happy New Year, big dog. Happy New Year, bro. You can also, Cam, just so you know, inside the Discord, if you right now, you can join us on live trade. So if you go in here in Academy, go to Academy, and then you'll be able to see here we have live trade. We got DJ Ghost. What up, baby? You got all the guys inside of live trade. So if you have any questions or anything like that, you can hop into live trade. And then when somebody hops in there, you can ask them and they can let you know what's going on. This is where you'll find me most of the time. Alf is in here all the time. You know, so that way you can get all your information that you need. We're always in here. Plus there's Young's in here, Horse is in here, Stelios is in here. There's a bunch of guys who can walk you through some basics and how to find the videos that you need, okay? All right, so how are we looking here? So now notice, guys, we did not get our 15-minute red trend, and we didn't get we didn't get anything else saying that this is going to be a short, right? 30-minute red trend would be our short. So it just looks like we're having a solid pullback here, bigger than most, right? Which is, you got to kind of look at that and kind of see like what was the purpose of that. I mean, it did have a big push here. It had its pullback and a second big push, but it was poised to, keep moving a run. But they decided to take a shitload of profit at that point, which is all right. That's why holding your, not taking profits or holding on doesn't make sense, because they will dump it every single time once they reach their money gap. All right, so what's our entry point here? So we have an entry point here sitting at 151.65-ish, right? So we take it up to this second little 151.80, right? So 151.80. So that's kind of like the point that we could slide in there. 151.80. In between the bottom layer sits about 168. So 170, right? That's kind of like the pitch that we want to see here, about 170, 51.70, right? So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to type in 51.70. Let's see as we wait for our moons. Come on, moon. Control Z. Control Z. Delete. Here we go. Here we go. Can I get a moon here? Can I get a moon, brother? Can I get a moon? Don't forget, guys, everything on TikTok is for educational purpose. Everything we're doing here is we're just testing simple entries to trades today. So, guys, every Monday and Tuesday, we'll hop on 7 to 9 o'clock. This one we went to 11, just because we're in live trades. So I want to kind of make sure that we walk through all the basics. So guys know that everybody goes through the same scenarios. It happens all the time. And then they can learn how to, set themselves up and go from there. All right, so for me, I need to track everything here. So the 1 hour is bending down. Probably not the best time to take this trade because the 1 hour is headed down. The 30-minute is heading down. The 15-minute is curling. Let me take a look at volume here. Volume is pretty negative. Pootsy! You're such a pootsy. I'm such a pootsy. Why you let that big girl jump on you today like that, boy? That's all. That's all. We got beat up. She manhandled you, bro. It's actually, you probably should have picked her up. You got her number. I seen her flip you around and jump on you, bro. No, it's not Molly. His name was Mel. That's why I kept asking you, like, why you keep saying it's a girl when? Because I heard Molly, but then that was when you first got there. All you have to do is look for the balls, baby. When the dog opened up his legs, he was licking his balls. Did you not look? I didn't look. I couldn't see. It was on your side. Can't send E-Dub in there unprepared. Right, buddy? Nah. Oh, the Habanese, that was a girl. She was aggressive though. All right, so because all our RSIs are headed in a bad position, I'm gonna cancel out these orders real quick. Because my 1 hour and my 30-minute are heading down, so there's not a long position that I can take here, because currently we still have a 15-minute RSI pulling down. That could get pinned to the floor if the 30-minute is headed down, so that's still heading down. The 1 hour is still heading down. So overall, guys, we don't have any long here simply because we're basically trending sideways, but the the volume on this is trending towards a short, right? So negative volume here, we can't break it there. 15 minutes failing to get into volume. So at this point, guys, you can't take a long here. What's up, Harry? Can't take a long here, even though I do want to get into a long here. I feel like, I feel like it's going to bounce. But systematically, we gotta take the trades the way we gotta take them. And then, I can't trade off instinct right here. But for me, my indicators are telling me that, I'm going to get beat up a little bit here on a pullback because I'm working towards a 15-minute red trend. Now, I don't have an alert for a 15-minute red trend yet, but the way this volume is really digging in here, I don't think it's going to get triggered here.
What about XMRU?
XMR. We talking about what?
Is it going to short?
We missed it.
Look at it. So is it 30? Look
It's
for the
coming.
30-minute trend. Yeah. So look at Albert. Take a look at it. Right? Does it have like pull your?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Okay.
We can go to.
What am I looking at? 3 minute? What am I putting? 15 minute?
15. So guys, take out XMR. Right? Do you have a 15-minute red moon?
15. I got the 15. I'm on the 15. I'm looking at what you basically showing me now.
Yeah. So look for your 15-minute on that. Right? Oh, let me see here. We're about to hit a 30-minute
Okay.
moon on this. I want to get into I want to short Sue right now. That's what I want to do. It's just so weak. All right, let's go to SMR. Which one you on?
XM.
XMR. Marinara. All right. So here, like there, you have your 1 hour green moon, right? So it's definitely not. Yeah. See how green that is? It's not a short yet.
Yeah.
This thing is still. I mean, it's got.
Not yet, huh?
Yeah. No, it's still humming. This thing has got, and then that is.
So when I put it on TradingView, yeah.
Go ahead.
When I put it in TradingView and I put 3 minutes, I see a red little candle. That doesn't mean that's going to happen. It's still going long.
That's just the basic. So when the orders that are coming in are they're all it is there's slight orders. Kind of like people aren't. The buyers are kind of slowing down right now, right? So the buy orders.
The money trend is going under.
Yeah. Just for a minute, like it's pulling back. It's doing a normal pullback. Yeah. Once this 3 minute kind of bounces in there, it'll be. So take a look at your 3 minute, right? You see the RSI in there?
Yeah.
So this trade you would have been buying every single time the RSI hit the bottom, right? And then that's your entries. Right. So here you have the first pullback. Here's an entry. 3 minute RSI hits again. Here's another entry in here. Okay. Right. That thing just kept rolling.
Every red moon is an entry. Every red moon is an entry.
Moon, the RSI. See the RSI pullback? Entry.
Right. That means when. Right. Got you.
Because the trend's green.
So it's actually after the red moon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The moon is just it's triggering the amount of. Remember, you're on a 3 minute, right? So 3 minutes are small. So all it is triggering a pullback, but your trend is solid green. But notice that the volume on the red moon is turning up right away, right? So as soon as that volume turns up, you see on my screen how the volume right there is turning up, right? It's turning up.
It's so weak, yeah.
Yeah, it's turning up with the RSI. So the 3 minute RSI and the money.
Yeah,
line,
the money trend. Yeah,
they're both turning up at the same time.
Money trend is kicking up.
Yeah, so you would enter at those times.
It curves a little bit.
Yeah.
Tricky, but now I understand what it means. Thanks for explaining. Really,
this is you want completely. The money to be going the same way as the sentiment, right? Sentiment can be going up, but the money can be going down, and then it's going to give you the opposite effect.
Wrap.
Because money matters.
It's a wrap, yeah.
Right, yeah. Like here's the sentiment.
Money's king.
Down. Yeah, money's king. See how the sentiment? Here's your RSI, and the RSI is heading down, right? But your money is starting to go sideways, right? So you should see this start to pull itself back up, and then if this heads up again, then here's another entry that you can take. Take a look at 15.
VC.
Yo.
Check out audio. the bot called out quant and audio about 15 minutes ago, but audio's got more volume. I think they're probably just 3-minute reset, 3 and 5 minute resets are maybe good for a pullback entry. So I think these ones are looking good for long still.
I like audio. I haven't been on audio in a while. What do you call that? A long on here?
Yeah, about 15 minutes ago. So it's done the first push, and the 5's at the top, the 3's at the top.
So it pulled on that 15-minute move. So about 15 minutes ago?
Yeah.
So it triggered on there. So that's the first. The bot is triggering an entry here at like something like 1803. Now, for us, we slide over right away. We already see that we have a green trend, right? So go back and see where your 30-minute trend came in, right? So 30-minute trend came in here. There's the push. There's the pullback. That's the one we would have really wanted right in here. Now we're in the game of volume building, right? And you can see the volume on the 15 comes back up, and then it retests below again. And now the 15-minute pushes up again, and now it's retesting. So now you're in the same position. So the bot's actually calling this out because now the volume is starting to gain. So if we go look at the 1 hour, we're probably going to see some positive volume on the 1 hour. So there you go. So here's your 1 hour pushing up, coming back. But you see how it's the 1 hour still has to pull down, right? So for me,
it's got some more pull down to do.
Yeah, so it's calling it out, but it called it out at 1803. So it's in a positive moment there, right? Plus we have the 15-minute coming from the bottom, which is pulling on the 1 minute to the upside. The 30-minute didn't even get to 0, and it's pulling on the 1, meaning it's stronger than normal, right? So this is actually a good entry right here at 1811. Right, so this is what I mean. Okay, so the trade is 30-minute trend's already there. Now you need a 15-minute trade. Slide to your 15-minute. What do you need? A moon and then a trend, right? So more than likely, it's probably already calling out, the bot's calling out the trend coming in because you have a moon. So the only thing I need to know if there was a retest, right? So I can see right here that the volume already retested, and that's the entry that I wanted, which would have been here, right? So about 1803 when the bot pulled it. So that's where we're at. So we're not in a bad position. We just got to realize that, the lowest entry that we should have been in is probably about 18, right? And then we can measure that out real quick.
That's we wait to see if the 3 and the 5 come down.
Well, take a look
at 3 comes all the way go back up, and that could be the next entry.
Yeah. So the next.
But it depends if it does, like you said with XMR. It depends if it does a pullback, a good pullback.
Yeah, so this is where we're at the same point again where, okay, if you take your entry here, right, and I'll just take the entry. I'll just walk through these. So what is that, audio? So we take audio, right, and let's say we do our 40% entry, right, boom. Let's get to this 20 and, okay, open a long there, right? And the reason why we're here, let's go look at our basics, right? So we have a moon. We got our trend, right? Let's go to our 15-minute, 3-minute moon, 3-minute trend. There we go. Let's go to our 15. What do we need? We need a 15-minute moon. We need positive value, right? And we need a retest. But we already had the trend come in on the 30, right? And now the retest already happened, and now we got our moon, right? So what we're really coming into is the beginning of the push of the 15 and the 30-minute is bending up at that time, right? So we're kind of in this middle early position, right? Now it could jump from here, it could pull back from here, but that's why we have the 3 entry, right? The 3 entry allows us to make these mistakes right here and learn from them, right? Because you're never going to get information until you make these trades, right?
Yeah.
So now I'm in this trade.
I would play this safe. I'd play it safer, and I'd wait for the 3-minute RSI to come down, but it may not, and it could just miss the whole move.
Right. So that's kind of where we're set on the that little 40% entry. It allows us not to worry too much, and then we know that we're on a pullback that we're going to take that next entry at the next pullback anyways, which is more than likely the 3-minute pullback as it comes down. So the next time I enter is when that 3-minute hits the bottom. But the whole point of like guys actually like they have to be in a trade. So this is kind of why we have the $10, $20 trade, and then you make an entry, is because
you need to understand it, follow it.
yeah, you need to follow it and you need to understand it, but you also need to get through the emotions. So if you don't make a trade and you watch a trade go up and go down and go up and go down, you're really not invested, and all you're doing is watching a roller coaster. But if you put a little bit of money in there, you're like, okay, this matters. And then you realize like, maybe I should have waited on that pullback. But then you analyze the trade properly because you had $3 invested. No, you ain't got to invest 300 to be invested. You invest $3, you're going to pay attention, right? Because you have something in there. So that's all that's why we have the 3 trade entry. And we just want them to, we just want them to get used to entering, right? Like, okay, here's my entry, here's everything, right? And then you go over to your thing and you say, all right, now I'm going to set my stop loss in case maintenance happens on next C. You put 50% stop loss, 100% profit, and all you're doing right now is just going through the motions. That's it. So now we're going through the motions, right? That's all we need them to do the very first 2 weeks. Then we can get some information of how far it pulls back, what happens at this point, right? And guys can also go here and go, okay, now I can look for, I got my 15-minute moon, my positive value, right? Now we do have a 30-minute trend already, right? Which kind of means that, once you get that moon, you don't need the 30-minute trend. It kind of already has that. And it puts you in a situation where now you're entering on that moment. Now you wait for the full 3-minute pullback, and let's see where we're at on that pullback, and that'll create the second entry, right? And we just go through these motions, right? Now as they get better, then we can cover shit like, okay, for instance, right? I would look at the 30-minute, and for me, what I'm looking at is how many trades happened on the 30-minute, right? So here's your 30-minute, there's the push, there's the pullback. There's the second push, second pullback. And now you add your third push, which broke higher highs, and now the pullback. So on this one, like I can see how my volume is growing, right? It's starting to actually build momentum. Now I can look at my 1 hour and see if I have room. But see, my 1 hour is already going, this is kind of like a retest, right? So here's the first push, the 1 hour went up, then it came down, right? So here's your first push. Push. Notice how the 1 hour RSI played every push, right? So now you're learning basics. Here we go again. Here's another entry. Pulls down. Here's another entry. Now at this point, the reason why we're taking an early entry is because the 30-minute is bending already for us, right? So we're playing the 15 and the 30 to drive the 1 hour up, right? So it's kind of like giving us that little section there. So now we're in the trade, and now all we do is wait for the next entry to happen. We have a 3-minute moon, we have a 3-minute trend, right? So the bottom line is now the next entry what's up, buddy? I know. I said 2 hours, it's been 5, I get it. Now we're in a scenario where, we're letting the trade play out again, right? Worst case scenario, I lose 50% of my 40, right? 20%. But when you're making these trades, then you can go back and you can analyze and you say, well, when did the 30 happen? Okay, there was a trade there. The trade that you wanted to do is when the 30-minute first happens, right? You see the 30-minute first go off. Once you have that big pump on the 30, the trade that you want to get is when it pulls back down. You want this trade right here, right? Or if it pulls back up, the second one right here, right? We're working on the third one, right? Now, the way to look at it is every trade has 2 solid trades, and the third one is normally 50-50, right? So it's kind of the odds are kind of against you there, but it's because we're not really asking for a lot, then we still have the possibility of getting what we need. You see what I'm saying? And the third one, like it either runs for 5, 6, 7%, or it barely hits your profit and then goes for a big short. Right? But the momentum's building here. The 30-minute didn't go all the way to the bottom for the first time, meaning that there's actually momentum coming in here. That's why the bot activated. So the bot's activating because it's getting an unusual amount of buying pressure.
Mm-mm. It's going.
Oh yeah. I'm Alf we trust, boy.
Well, I can't remember what's the guy's name. We've got a guy. I was in the live trade about a week ago, and he was like, I was doing the trade. He said it's gonna go down. I said it's gonna go up. He said it's gonna go down. I said it's gonna go up. He goes, ah. So he's inverse Alf. Every move I do, he does the opposite.
Up and down, baby. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So right now we got our 40% in there, and it's just the one thing we have to do is start realizing the law of average, right? If we play the same way every single time, and we win 7 out of 10, and we lose less than we,
Mhm.
lose less than we win, then we win. Once you master that, right, moving emotions, and then the very first thing, the most important thing to be a profit taker is becoming a profit taker where you take profits properly and you have a system
Yeah.
of how to take profits, right? So once we implement that and it becomes kind of like working at the factory, then it becomes the next scenario, which is okay, now that I'm taking profits properly, now I need to make my profits better, right? And now you should be getting better at entries, getting better at reading volumes. Like all the other tips are going to come, this next week or so, right? But the first thing is we need to enter when we're supposed to enter. We need to close when we're supposed to close. We need to compound our profits. That's pretty much it, right? Once we get that down, then we can increase and do the other things and make all the trades better, right? But I want, we used to start the guys, remember, used to start the guys off at 100x leverage and do the simple pullbacks, and these guys were making 100% every single time. What happened there? They go from 300 to 3,000 and then give it all back and do it again and give it all back. And then all of a sudden they're like, I can't take this shit. Right?
I still do that sometimes. You know what happens? You get like 3-4 good wins, and then you're like, you think it's house money, but you give it all back. You start getting overconfident and give it all back.
Right? So you gotta stop giving it back. So that's kind of where
Yeah.
we're at now is we want to be in a situation where all the guys get into simple things. So guys, just so you know, we're long in audio right now. There is a move here that we have, and then we're just going to run this out here. But you have to understand, like, no matter how we do it or what we do, if we have the law of average in our favor, then we're always going to, win. It's all systematic. It doesn't matter. That's why I don't really.
You'll have a few losses, but your wins will cover them, and your wins have a higher percentage than your losses anyway.
Exactly.
Once you've worked out your how far your losses are going and how you can adjust your leverage and all of that stuff, then your wins will be better than your losses, and you're gonna win more than you lose. So
we got all types of way to we got all types of way to adjust the way people win, but I need them. It's not about winning, man. It's about emotions, right? It's the one thing that I can't I realized after years of trading. It's like people are emotional, and if you're brand new or you are not really seasoned, it's everyone has these emotions, right? They're so they don't understand how to be systematic. So now the entire approach is systematic, and then we make adjustments to be victorious. You know what I mean? Well, and that's how
I think this is why that you mentioned that when you were teaching just the 100%, 100x leverage, that guys will make good wins and they give it all back. It's because now you've got a bunch more money, and that causes emotion. So you think, it just sounds silly emotion. No, it's your money and it's emotion, and then you'll make moves. You go, I've just made 300%. If I just do that again, I'll have 900%, and you'll make a trade and overcome. You just give it all back.
But that's
emotion comes when you're on a winning streak.
That's pretty much. I mean, at the end of the day, that's kind of how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Guys get too excited. So here we go. We just hit 50%, guys. Ow! Yeah!
Yeah, baby.
The bots are coming. Yeah. But
Bots are coming, man. And they're just getting better and better. And oh my gosh, the Big Get One, their mobile app for when you're in a trade is brilliant. You can go on the mobile app and you can do like what you do on a PC. You can move your stop loss up and down like with your hand on your actual phone. Not about on your phone app.
Nice.
Yeah,
Which one's that?
so, and the Big Get, I think we can all use it. I think you can use it in US, Canada, Europe. So that's looking good. And by the end of this weekend, we're gonna be at least giving results, and anyone who wants to have a test, we could have a test. And we're there, man. They're getting good.
Yeah, I like it. I like it, man. I'm gonna put my timer in, guys. This is my sand timer. I'll be back before the sand runs out.
Yo, I'm going to bed. It's 10 to 6 a.m. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, man. How's the how's the house life doing?
It's not too bad, you know. It's not too bad. I mean, I just gotta make some money somehow, but you know, there's loads of ways to make money. So
yeah.
So not too bad.
Not too bad. Hanging out. Who's this smelly, stinky?
I might have to be the
Yeah, let's.
I might have to be the housekeeper, and my girlfriend can just be the money maker.
That's how it's supposed to be, right, baby?
Exactly.
So I'll build some companies. You're gonna run.
Yeah, man, I better get up. I'm gonna leave audio to run. I've got to take profit, so.
Yeah, you already hit 50% twice, so.
Yeah.
So here, on the 3 trade entry, this is where I'd be waiting for the 3 minute to retest, and then I'm gonna go outside, walk the dog, and then when that 3 minute retest, I'll be getting a second entry here. But other than that, we're flying here.
We're flying. I wonder how Quant didn't seem to have a quick trade.
You know, that's it. So yeah, here. Take Quant off.
It didn't have a volume.
Yeah, here. Take XLM, take Quant, take Wild, take those fuckers off. Terrible.
You know which ones.
Yeah, I hate them.
Take them off the list.
Yeah. Like Quant is the worst coin to do ever. The only time to trade Quant is you have to accumulate it, right? You got to sell the bigger time frames and then just buy the big tops and bottoms. Accumulate that. That fucker barely moves. Wild is a phenomenal coin to short, right? Its shorts are like huge, but its longs are like fucking. It's like pulling teeth, man. It's terrible. It takes forever.
Okay.
And XLM is like that too. XLM.
Okay, yeah, I heard you telling someone earlier. Just good for like 4-hour longs, isn't it? If you're doing longs, it's just for buying and selling under 4 hours.
Yeah, accumulation. That's it. Accumulation. That's all it's good for.
All right. Buonanotte.
Yeah, brother, get some rest, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow, man. I'll be back. What's tomorrow?
Yeah. Right.
I think tomorrow.
Good night, guys.
I'll probably get up a little bit earlier. Later, Alf. Have a good night, man.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Night, Albert. Night, guys.
Good night, brother. Bye. Good night.
Night.
Good night, VC.
Good night, man. Yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah, man. Good time.
I'm gonna walk the dog. I'll be right back. I got to do one more entry on this thingamajig here.
Okay, I'll be here watching more videos. So which video shall I watch now?
Did you get your trading view set up, bro?
I told you that I bought the computer and I have.
No, don't worry about that. But trading view.
Yeah, I have everything. I have trading view, of course.
Did you send me your trading view?
Now
username?
I don't have. Yeah, I want to do that. Of course, I didn't know I got to do that. Now I was waiting to get the RSI and the indicators into trading view, but in order for me to move forward, right? So I'll send you Mark the Wizard. I'll send you my username, right?
Yeah.
That's what you need.
Yes, sir. I mean, you might as well. It's not like you're going.
Okay, so I'll send you. Yeah, I'll send you my username and what do you?
while we're waiting.
Yeah. Sure, of course. I didn't know that. I would have done that. All right, I'll send it to you, VC. Go walk the dog. I'll be here. I'll watch more videos and I'll send you the stuff now.
Yeah, send it over, then I'll get your indicator set up tomorrow.
Yep. Oh, perfect, man. Awesome. All right. That's great.
That way, at least you can see while we're here.
Good.
See what we're trading, and that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, brother.
I would love that. Shit. Yeah, man. Shit.
We trust you.
Great. I'm happy. Yo, of course, I'm happy, man. Thanks, VC. I appreciate that. All right, man. All right. I'm sending it to you now. Yeah, I'm here. I'll be waiting for you. Send it to you in private.
Yeah, just
private. I'll send it to you private.
DM.
On private.
I'll send it over to Alfie.
Private DM. Private. Send it to Alfie and you.
No, yeah, send it to me. I'll send it to Alfie. Send it to me. I'll send it.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Send him. Okay. Here we go. I didn't pay nothing for TradingView. I just got on there somehow and just got on.
Yeah, the only time you pay is when you ask for more indicators, right? So if you need more space or alerts, right, you get that all set.
I got it now. Yeah, I understand. I will have to pay eventually, and of course for VPN too.
Yeah. Let me walk this dog. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Here we go.
Here's my first pullback. Yeah. See this pullback here. All right. So where is it? Audio, 3-minute pullback. Let's assume 18. All right, so I'm just gonna put some buys in here at 18, 10. Put 18, 15. Put in 18, just in case I don't make it back. All right. Off that ass. Let's go.
Here we go. Take a free trial. Profile setting. That's me, Mark the Wizard, BFF. That's it. November. I'm here since November 28, 2023, man. And I still didn't do shit. Can you believe this shit? I'm just doing nothing by sitting and attaining knowledge. Shit. Now I'm ready. Okay. That's when I joined. Fly me to the stars. Fly me to the moon. Na 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 na. Oh, I found how to put a picture. Title. Probably depends on your subscription. Twitter handle. Username. First name. Private detail. Mm. Add phone number. We go. Verification. 6. Submit. Okay. I'm in. Yoda. Mm-hmm. Where's Jordan? Where is Jordan? He's vanished. You didn't see him anymore.
I talked to Jordan. He's moving, so he like hasn't had time to get on. He,
what's up, Young?
Cool. What's up?
Oh, all right, brother. I appreciate the info, man.
Yeah,
thanks. Yeah, he was. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, he's out here guiding me in the beginning, helping me, and we were sharing information. And he was pulling some good stuff, man. He was getting some information that I was giving him information about some company. He pulled like more info about it. He was very, very advanced. You know, I just got here at that time, so I've been here, Young, for quite some time on the sidelines. You know, listening and observing. And VC helping me. I'm just waiting to set up the VPN so I could get my new computer and start learning how to trade. But I've been watching every video over and over and over for quite some time because I work online. You know, I work 12 hours online. I'm always here, Young.
Oh yeah,
intelligence in it. Yeah, I have.
Well, you're doing it the right way.
Well, I started from like. I appreciate that, you know, you're giving me this compliment. The right way, I believe, is attaining info and being in the time and the moment in the trial and error, right? But if you're just sitting here doing nothing and you're in this time and like just absorbing and learning and you're not doing shit, you're worth nothing. So I felt like I'm feel useless in a way because of all this time I invested and did nothing because I really had no liquidity to do it. Now I got some liquidity and I want to, you know, create extra income because you know, I work fully online for 10 hours a night making phone calls and sending emails. So it's not easy, but I'm here. So it's easy to listen. It's easy to absorb. It's just that I have to work. And then I get these open windows, but my ears are always open because I got like 8 windows and 3 screens coming. So I'm always absorbing. Yeah. Listen, I work online for 20 years, yeah. You can just imagine how much information I absorbed.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so how old are you, Young?
I'm 27.
Man, nice age. I'm 54, so that's the golden era when I got involved in the stock market when I was 27 and started working on Wall Street. I never forget. But this is a good age to get into trading, because if you learn it now really good, when you follow this grid, you become a really good trader.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I'll
learn.
I had a rough year last year, but I'm starting to turn it around. I hope.
Yeah, I hear that from every trader. So you've been trading for a year?
I think around 2 years. The first year I was doing a bit better, or maybe I mean, I got into like trading stocks and stuff like that. Wasn't doing great, but now I don't have like, you know, I was trading more money than I could afford to lose. And I kept, and if I fucked up, I would put more money in, and it just started to get a little bit out of control. So
I got you.
I was always good about saving my money and whatnot. And then, you know, leverage trading is risky, and especially when I mean, there were times when I would just like wake up, look at MEXC, look at the trading app, not even look at the charts, and just open a trade. And like, and then lose. Like, yeah, it's just.
But you didn't follow the system.
Right. Or I was at first, and then I thought that I just knew what you know. I thought that I could beat the system.
Yeah, I understand, bro. Listen, you're not the first one. If you follow the grid, you shouldn't have a problem. But it's normal. Listen, Young, you get experience, man. It only gets you better. You know, now you. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you know, I just kept making the same mistakes, and that's where it was Like, I'm finally learning from my mistakes, but there were so many times where I would make a really dumb mistake, not set a stop loss, lose money, put more money in, do the same. Like, I wasn't learning from my mistakes, and it
Well,
took
VC and
a
Al
lot of
got the system, and they got the
yeah,
system to follow. Just follow it, man, over and over, repetitions, over and over, over and over. You should be
yeah.
fine.
It just takes
Not,
patience.
well, that's a virtue.
Yeah,
That's
definitely
going to be
teaching
your
me
virtue.
patience
That's going
because,
to be your
well,
money.
just like I feel like previously, like I would build up or like I would make a bunch of money in one day and then lose a bunch of money the next day and make and then now in the last few months or so I started out with $100 and now I have like $700 in my account because I've just steadily been growing it and
More
just
power to
being
you,
very
man.
careful with my stop losses. So I'm
Mhm.
like, I'm very happy about that. And it's just, I don't have to like go to like, I'm trying to get to the point where I'm make a trade. I'm happy with the trade. I go to sleep knowing I made a little money, not
Did you get the chance? Did you
risking
get the
too
chance
much.
to buy Bitcoin at 2023 when it started, when it went down to 15? Did you get the chance to get
Um,
into it?
mm, like when, like last year,
Yeah.
yeah, like I, I was just over leveraging and not, I didn't have any spot. Like probably in like
Ah,
2018 I had about $3,000 in like Coinbase and like Solana and all
ah,
and a bunch of other coins, and like if I just let that sit there,
yeah.
then I would have
Yeah.
some money to play around with.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
but
Yeah.
uh
Yeah. Yeah.
but that's the story for everyone, or for not for
Hey, but
everyone, but
listen,
I feel like I've
not
learned
for
so
everyone.
much. Like my
Yeah.
friend like is like getting into like stocks, and I use using the same system or using the same indicators just on a higher time frame. Like he's like, "Oh, I'm longing this, da da da," and I'm like, "I don't know about that because this moon, this volume, and I can tell him, or and I so like I'm kind of interested in like once I build up some more money, I want to start investing into into stocks because I was doing that, and I just want to like because I want to have some long term plays going
Got you.
and whatnot. But
Got you.
yeah.
Good,
But
man. Well,
I
listen, I
think
got a lot to learn. I got a lot to learn from you, man. You've been around, so good to meet you. I'm new, Jack, but I've been around
yeah, man.
too long, man.
Just be careful.
Well,
Sounds like you will
I
be,
play
but
chess. I play chess. Yeah, very, very, very long. So what I do is before I make a move, I always calculate and think, but not once, two, three, 10 moves back. I don't know how many moves I could think. I guess I've been playing for 25 years. I played with some amazing people in the park. The moral of the story is that I will never make a move unless I'm not calculated. Here, it's a system. It's a grid. They build it for you. They're getting robots and AI. Dude, you can fail if you get patience and you wait for the right combination, which Alf shows, which is the trend, the money line, the RSI, and the indicator that's showing you how to get into the trade. You've been doing it for 2 years. I'm not here to tell you, but if you follow this grid, in the system, and you be patient, you should get in and out of a trades at the right time. You should not make even one mistake for as long as you've been trading all these years. You should be getting these trades perfect because
yeah,
VC is showing us here by a system that is so good that it's just amazing how they build this program with the moons I got very interested in this. I learned. Listen, I couldn't even believe I can understand this language. If you asked me 3 weeks ago what I would know about this is green and this is red and that's a candle, and then I started learning about Fibonacci and names, and I got involved with some podcasts that I started because I'm basically coming from Calvin's Hill school. Calvin Hill is someone I've been listening to for too long
yeah. I
till I
know that
found
guy.
VC, Yeah, until I found VC, I was listening to Crypto Sensei. But the story is that I'm spread around so much that I heard so many people. Somehow I got connected with VC, and I saw
Yeah.
the way he's teaching. And then I found that Alf is connected with VC, and together they're like a team that they build this amazing system that reads trades. The system reads the trades for you. All you have to do is follow it. So I'm gonna make
Yeah.
sure I watch a Viffy video 10 times before I even get into any trade. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, I like that guy Calvin Hill, kind of, or I like him, but I feel like what I don't like, I mean, the fact that he's like that he like flexes how much money he has in his accounts, and he's
Oh, yeah,
showing you.
he's a brother. He's a brother, man. He's an entrepreneur. He comes from the hip hop world. They like to
Yeah,
brag. It's all
yeah,
about
but I feel like
bragging,
that
right?
makes me feel like, oh, I'm so
Yeah,
behind. Like, yeah,
I, you're not. Listen to me. This guy was in the right time in the right place. He's 50 plus like me. Okay, he comes from an industry of Uber driving. He was entrepreneur. He did so many things, in his career, and he shows you his success of how he became who he is. He actually was a music digital programmer, and he worked with professional artists, and then he started investing into crypto and found his way to become the master of his teachings and his ebooks and his professional spot trading and his ribbons and all his style. I know it really good because I'm here a year in a row, not missing his podcasts. I listen to him. I like his style. I like his knowledge of attaining the knowledge through the years. I trust his process because I've seen how successful he became. But to become successful, you have to be in there long time and be successful in being a long time. He invested many years and who became who he is because of combinations of effects. One thing led to another. So yeah,
yeah,
he's a
exactly.
brother. Yeah, look, there's a couple of guys out there that are really they talk a lot of good game. But this is something totally different now, yeah, young. This is trading. This is not spot trading. This is not buying and no accumulating. This is something
Yeah,
that they show you a system that works. If we follow this system, what's VC there right now? Putting trades.
yeah. I think he's
That's
here
VC.
some, or he might be taking a break. I don't know.
I see him moving the audio. He's like he's in there, but he's not talking.
I ain't gone to bed yet. I am going to bed. I was just
Oh, Alf. All
doing
right, man.
my house chores now that I'm unemployed. Well, I was doing it before. But yeah, funny. I was just listening to your chat about Calvin. I've been a little bit up and down with Calvin about initially he was the first person. The only reason I got into crypto was through TikTok and seeing Calvin and VC. And then a while ago, we was talking about some stuff that he was kind of blagging what he knew about all of a sudden because I seen Calvin for a few years, what just being on TikTok, blah blah blah, and watched him, and he starts bringing in new things. Like me and VC have had a chat, had a laugh about how he started talking about stochastics and stuff. But overall, I've seen a few kind of crypto influencers, and if you listen to Calvin, you will make some money. What I do like, so one of the things that separated like VC and Calvin for me were I'd seen a few guys, few influencers, and I'd say like one of them was talking about futures, like, yeah, you need to invest. He had his own private business to do with it, and he was taking investments off people and blah 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 blah. And so like he was saying, you need to invest like at least 1,500 blah blah blah. And this was for futures. And like basically it cost a lot of people to make money. And even he sprung up about a couple of months ago on my email talking about some coin he's got and invested in his coin and blah blah blah. And he called me about having a job with him and he'll pay me in his coin. His coin's gone to
Really?
zero. It's called Insig.
He's been in touch with you, Alf?
It only went to Insig. But what I've liked
Oh
about
wow.
Calvin doesn't make you lose money. He doesn't. He's not, and that's the thing. A lot of people come in and they're new to crypto, when I first started watching, he was talking about crypto. Bitcoin was at about 15K, and he was saying, "Get it now, it's the bottom." And I didn't have enough money to invest in it, and I was trying to tell my parent, "Yo, give me some money, let's invest in this," because I was really following it. And if that worked out, that was the bottom at the time. And so what? He, although he sometimes pretends some little bits he doesn't know in day trade and stuff, his overall knowledge is absolutely brilliant, and everything he seems to put across does help people. If I had money at that time to invest, I'd be looking good right now. And the difference is like the guy who was like teaching futures and stuff, and what I saw with him in VC, well, two different things. VC live trades, not many people do that and be successful because they're worried. But VC knows what he's doing. That the first, I used to just come onto TikTok and just literally copy what VC was doing. And then the other thing is, he doesn't say, "Oh, yeah, you need to have 2K bag." He says, "Learn from $20. If I'd have known that from the start, I would have lost $500 the first time I started to learn to trade. I'd have lost $4." So yeah, I'll just
Amazing. Amazing. Wow. Thanks for sharing the info, man. That's really impressive to know, man. Really, like, how long you been here with the crypto world, Alf? How long?
I don't know. So like,
when did you start investing into crypto?
Maybe what I just mentioned with Calvin when it was at about 15K, whatever time that was when I
2023. Yeah, yeah. The beginning of 2023 when it dropped all the way to 18 and then 15.
I think Alf's been here longer than that, right?
Maybe about a year. Maybe about a year, you know.
Okay.
I feel like
wow.
Maybe I'm miscalculating how long I've been. I've been here.
I don't know how I teleported to this channel, but
you might be right. So you're right. Well, when I've seen you in the academy and stuff, I've been here before you. I've seen you come in here, smash trades, and do mad stuff.
But that was, you know, a little bit of beginner's luck and a lot of copying VC.
Yeah, good, man, good.
Good. You could clearly trade because I used to look and think, yo, every day, and you could see the profit you were making. But again, there's that risk to reward business. I don't know. Like I said to you before, you come in a couple of steps ahead of me, and now you've adjusted to just making success out of you using lower leverage. So I'm just watching you, young, and following.
Yeah, it's, oh my God, ask my girlfriend who's in the other room. My stress levels are so much lower with the low leverage. I don't know. Like, even though it's this mathematically, or like I'm using a little more money than I would with high leverage. Well, that's the thing. I couldn't resist using more, like trying to save my position, keep trying to save it with the high leverage. Like,
when you're using more money, you can make as much as you'd make or more, and with less risk, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I just feel like a lot of these coins move so much that, like for example, like ARB last night, it gets a 1 hour green moon, and it's looking good for a long, but like I can't watch it like every second because I need to sleep, and I don't want to wake up early to check, or wake up at 4 a.m. and check it or whatever, which I used to do. Or like wake up from a nightmare and then that I lost all my money, and then find out that I lost all my money. No, just kidding. But no, like I didn't follow through with this, but if for example, if I had just left that trade running, if I had entered on the 1 hour green moon with 10x leverage, it pumped 5%, I would have made 50%.
Yeah.
Like, that's and that's
The leverage is times 5, right?
Or I was doing 10x.
10x on the leverage, which means is that 10 times the amount of the money bag you put in?
No, well, yeah, 10 times the money. Well, like, so if it were to move 5%, I would make 50% of my money.
Gotcha. 10%, 100%.
Yeah. Well, if I'm using 100x leverage, if it moves 1%, then I just doubled my money.
Mm-hmm.
I made 100% of mine. Yeah.
Gotcha. Alf, by the way, VC is going to send you my username to TradingView so you can set me up with the indicators. He said that he will send it to you. And then he said he'll set up the indicators for me before I get my VPN and my new computer so I can have it. And then once I get it, I'll start rolling. I'll start rolling with you guys.
It takes me 5 minutes to set you up. So as soon as I've got it, oh, there's I can see VC screen. You sent it already?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You sent it already.
I appreciate it.
I'll do it now before I go to bed.
Yeah, cool. So tomorrow you'll guide me. You show me. I'll watch the videos how to set them up, and that's it. I'll set them up.
Yeah.
There's video.
There's a video that I'll send you on your messages, and then VC's got some videos as well as like how to get them set up.
Okay, so I'll follow the videos and do. If I have any questions, I'll talk to you.
Yeah. Definitely.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Right. Well,
this XMR is madness. It's XMR stuff. That's like that's the other crazy part about crypto. Is these giant pump and dumps.
Because XMR could either make you or break you by the looks of it. I'm slightly worried about putting it on the partnership, but I'm gonna do some more tests on it because I was sending some messages to VC earlier about like just what he's been talking about your entries, how far it goes south before it goes up, and I was thinking about doing, because the bots do market entries and doing limits, but like maybe 15% below. But my worry is
you creating a bot.
Yeah.
Awesome.
My worry is having limit orders just hanging around. So maybe I have to just work out how maybe we can get them. I can get them cleaned up within like a certain amount of time. It will disappear. Or what? But to be fair, I can program that. So it probably might not hit all of the trades, but I think if I can pull them back 15%, we'll still get better trades, and they're at limit, so there's less.
While we're sleeping, right? While we're sleeping. But this bot will work, right?
Well, we're working it out.
Better work, Alf.
Is it gonna? Is it gonna trade? Is it gonna replace us? Is it gonna replace the system? Something like that, right?
That's the brilliant thing. I've woke up a couple of mornings 400% up.
Really? But with the bots?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I heard AI is fantastic.
That's
man.
amazing.
Yeah, I heard there's bots.
It's not even AI. People claim AI. It's just programming.
Okay, so it's not AI. Okay, what is it then? It's a system. No. It's a program that you set
on the conditions of the trades, but not
build something like this, bro.
Yet. So it's still. I'm just making sure that it works. And there's a few other bits.
So how do you build? How do you build a bot? How do you build a bot? You get what? The tools. You got screws and I'm joking, bro. A very good one. That's a good joke.
That was good.
How do you build the bot? Yeah, it screws, a couple of some oil.
Just a lot of testing needs to go in. A lot of just gathering data, improving entries. Because at the end of the day, it's people going to be putting money on them. So. But so far, I mean, I started off looking at different combinations of entries, different types of strategies. So I'm just doing the one by one is going to take a little bit of time, mainly for just testing what's working well and getting the data printed out and shown to before people want to use them, they can see what they're doing, and
So what,
there's
the bot is going to be inside your trading view? You provide the bot for trading view?
so at the moment I'm looking at 3 different exchanges that it will actually put the trades on for you. So KuCoin,
Oh,
BitGet, and Mexi. Mexi will
but
only do
don't you
spot.
need an ID? Don't you need an ID for that? I'm in Israel, Alf. You know I'm limited here, man. And
Which,
that's why I
which
gotta get the VPN
exchange
because
do you
they
now? Which exchange you need now? Do you use now?
I have Kraken. That's it. And you know what I bought? Daily
I,
Pal. You know what
you know
Daily?
what? I
Yeah,
can add Kraken to the list.
yeah.
I'll add a
Kraken,
Kraken one as well.
because that's the only thing I have now. But let me
No,
ask you a
future
question.
as well.
Can I move money from the Elipal to Maxi? No, right? There's no way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can do.
There
I
is,
can
yeah,
do. We can do a Kraken bot as well.
yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay, so
I've
when
looked at,
I
I've looked at what, because Kraken didn't used to have futures, but now it has futures. So, um, I'll see what we can do. But yeah, so basically, what we're gonna try and have is just like a suite of different bots, so um, bots from the academy that are okay, these are your 1 hour trend, blah blah blah. These are your, and you can have like pullback bots and stuff like that, and you can just turn them on and off when you want, stuff like that. So um, that's what we're working towards. But yeah, they're coming on good.
well,
I'm
good
quite
luck.
I'm quite surprised the things we can do. Like we can have trailing stops. The user can have an interface, and they can choose whether they want to have a trailing stop loss set, how much they want to have the trailing stop loss to, and blah blah blah, and you can just have a trade. So suppose you've got if we, for example, the 1 hour moon, 1 hour trend trades, they can go up sometimes 600%. And if normally you'd have a stop loss, let's say at 50%, but if you had a trailing stop loss that followed it, you probably out of that 700%, you could probably take 500% before it does a pullback. So yeah, it's looking good. I've got a bit of time off working until I either get a new job or get rich from bots.
Well, more power to you, Alf.
So
Really,
I'm
I
currently
really
working.
admire your hard work. Yeah, I know it's not easy. You invest time, and that's what it is. It's all about time,
Yeah, yeah,
effort, and understanding and knowledge. Yeah, I'm here to learn. To me, like I said, this was Chinese. If you met me 3 weeks ago, I would have told you what I would never
I
understand
remember
this.
saying the same
But
thing. Like it's like speaking other languages, isn't it? Yeah, you're talking about
yeah,
stop losses, taking profits, different all the types of what? Yeah,
yeah,
same.
yeah.
I remember.
So what? You're gonna have a bot inside, let's say, TradingView, and then when you go to sleep, the bot will trades for you,
It will be
just like that.
it will what you said, but not it won't be on TradingView, but it will
Oh,
using at the moment the data from TradingView for when to put it will actually put the so for you it will put the trades on Mexi or Kraken when we've got the Kraken bot.
understand. So we'll have a AI helping us make money.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
No, basically. And
Well,
you know what it is? The good thing
I mean, it's not even AI, like you
bots
said, but
bots
I call it
are
AI.
very dangerous because the market changes and people control and use controls the market. So
That
in that way, they're
is
dangerous.
one
But
million
there's
percent.
the
Yeah.
emotional thing. It takes out
Mm.
emotion because it's a
Yeah.
robot. Robots have none.
Right. Exactly. They don't
It
know if
just
JP
sticks to
Morgan
the
bought or
strategy.
sold.
And if the strategy wins 9 out of 10, let your
They
robot
beat the
do it.
system
You win 9 out of 10.
on impulse. Exactly. They don't think. They just do their job.
Hmm.
Yeah, man. This is awesome because a friend of mine is a vice president of a company, and it's called Endotech. And the president, Dmitry Gushin, programmed the AI for them. They have an automated system that trades in AI. And he
Yeah.
generates tremendous amount of traffic from rich women. They are very liquid in Europe. The women got a lot of money in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes to seminars and generates money for them. And he's been working with them for quite some time. This is quite a big company in Israel. It's called Endotech. I had a meeting with him yesterday and I told him now in school. He turned me on to this crypto stuff. He turned me on into a point where he got the interest in to develop in me in learning about more crypto. I was watching and working and watching movies and doing that until I really got serious with it. And last
Mm-hmm.
summer, it was last summer. So I learned a lot about intelligence that you can create. Now that you're doing this, you're creating a system that can help us trade. That's phenomenal, bro. Not everybody's gifted for that. You have to be really good at this. This guy is a professor in astrophysics and mathematics and chess. His name is Dmitry Gushin. He created this robot, this AI. So you're creating an AI as well. So you got to be really good in math.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's really interesting
It's
because
certain.
at the moment I'm getting a lot of data from TradingView and getting
Mm,
combination of stuff to send alerts to this Node.js application I'm writing, but I'm I'm trying to transfer to have it all in Python so that I don't have to rely on everything from TradingView, and to do that after kind of translate what's in TradingView and that data, like from the data from the indicators, into
mm.
Python, which led me onto today, working out that we can actually work out before a trend changes how likely. So suppose we've got a red trend on the 15-minute, you can see if it's likely to change green or red next, because I've worked out some stuff to do how the ATRs work. So just working out the mathematics with it, because eventually I'm gonna have to work out the mathematics to put them all into Python. So I've started to go from there. So yeah,
Mm.
it's all maths.
I hear
Or
you,
well,
bro.
statistics. It's
Excellent.
all maths and statistics.
How long you been doing this, Ralph? This stuff with the RSIs and all this creations. How long have you been
Um,
doing it?
n- Not maybe about a year, maybe a year and a half.
Really?
I don't really know.
Awesome, bro.
So
So you
really,
knew, like you just
I'm a
started.
software developer, and I just took like what you just mentioned. I started watching. Oh no, it was someone else that mentioned
Yeah,
it. I'm just flicking through TikTok, watched Calvin for a bit, saw a few other people, and just
nice.
saw VC, and just kind of
Yes.
rolled into taking an interest into trading and crypto.
Come on, so teach me, man, how to use the system. I will learn with
Yeah,
you in VC. I'm here, man. I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm ready. As soon as I get the computer and a VPN, I'll start. Without
oh
that,
yeah,
I
yeah.
can't do. But for now, I'll have.
Well,
For now, a VC. Yeah,
I call VC Splinter, like from like the Turtles. He's the trading
gotcha.
master.
Yeah. I
Almost
hear you. Of course,
almost
he's
everything,
been doing this
not almost everything
for
I've
almost
done
15 years.
with the indicators
Yeah,
and
of
stuff
course.
has been watching
It's
VC
true. Right.
and saying, "Oh, I wonder if I can do this to help me do that." And it was all really just with indicators and stuff, doing little things for myself, like showing
Playing
trends and
around with
stuff,
indicators.
time frames, just to help myself. And then also like, "Oh, VC, you could probably use this." Blah 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 blah. So it's all come from
Excellent, bro. That's
literally
amazing.
VC
It's an
does
amazing.
stuff, and I turn it into robots. Into code.
Bro, what an amazing story. I mean, like it's it's
Code.
really amazing, fascinating, man. I mean, I really find this. I have a lot of passion and desire for this. I'm good in sales. I
Yeah.
can generate money. I'm gonna try to bring us also customers to the Discord. Let's see what I can get. As
Mhm,
far as
mhm.
bringing really good people that are interested in trading, because I talk to a lot of people that know about Bitcoin and buy Bitcoin and are into coins, and that's how I got the Everledge.
Mhm,
That
mhm.
coin, the 2 point, not even public yet. You saw the company?
Which one?
You read about it a little? The Everledge,
Which?
ELDG, blockchain homes, renting homes, luxury homes. Did you get the chance
Yeah,
to
yeah,
check it
yeah,
out?
yeah, yeah. I did. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You mentioned it the other night, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So VC, basically we were in a three-way call with the guy that works for the company, but VC is the one that's actually going to make the decisions to buy it or not. That's how I met VC. Because I
Mm.
was giving it to Calvin, he never responds for shit. Crypto
Oh,
Sensei doesn't have any time.
there's
He
too much
does it
traffic
for
coming
trading.
in.
Yeah, Crypto Sensei is also chupa chapa chupacabra and this and that, and I'll get you into this and the Fibonacci, and you'll come in, and this is when you come out. So you gotta buy it here, and you talk to him, you send him, yeah, I'll check it out, brother. I'll get back with you. I even found him on a Discord. Still didn't answer me nothing about the coin, but somehow I found VC. That's how I got connected with VC. He was very interested to help me out.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I didn't know that this is, the trading VC Nation trading course. A fake account also reached me
Oh yeah,
after
yeah,
I
yeah.
spoke with BC. Yeah.
Break out.
So that's how. Yeah. So I saw that it was fake. I knew it right away as soon as I said, nah, I have VC's phone number. This fake account trying to talk
Yeah,
to me.
yeah, yeah,
he,
yeah, yeah.
he
He has
he he sold himself out short right
that.
there. I was connected with him by phone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Every time I go on TikTok, I get 30 new followers with
Yeah,
all
of
fake
course.
accounts.
With all fake accounts. The Calvin Hill has 100 of them. Well,
Oh yeah,
listen,
yeah,
brother.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Let's
Calvin is
call it a
90%
night.
of my followers.
Yeah, yeah. Let's call it a night, Alf. I'll go
Yeah, yeah.
to bed right now. I got like almost
Yeah,
9 o'clock in
talk,
the morning
talk,
here. I'm already 11 hours. So it was good talking to you, man. Really,
yeah,
I
and like
enjoyed the
I said,
conversation
we've
tonight,
got a
bro.
good group. We've all got the same interest. We're all enthusiastic in it, so it just makes it really, really a really nice group.
Yeah, without a doubt, I hope I can be, big help, and I hope I can make this come true. I got put some money away aside, and I'm generating money from clients that are gamblers.
So,
I'm
so
trying to
that
make them believe
that's
in
the
me.
knowledge that I don't know about. Obviously, VC will know, but
I,
like
I'll
coins
tell
and
you
stuff
what I'm
like
doing.
that,
I
clients
work
want
for
to
a
do.
casino, right? I
Mm,
work for online casino. They have 50
mm,
websites. I talk to
mm.
clients every day. When I get good contact and a client is a gambler, gamblers are the worst. They don't want
Yeah,
to invest into Bitcoin. They're scared of it. And in United States, a lot of
yeah, they
people are
got
scared shit because they're gambling. But if I could convince somebody that become friends with him and show him in time that I can make him profit,
yeah,
he will listen to
yeah,
me. So I gave someone Bitcoin at 15,000 and it went to
yeah,
50. And when I called him, I said, "Where's your shotgun?" He goes, "It's in the back. It's in the back." He's in Texas. I go, "You don't have to shoot any more cans." He goes, "What? What do you mean?" Dominican, Puerto Rican, they ain't running over your border. Shoot yourself in the leg, sucker. I gave you Bitcoin at 15. It went to 49. Ah, yeah, no. I should have listened. Go shoot some cans. You find a Puerto Rican, Dominican crossing your border. So, 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 so this is what I'm good at. I'm from the sales, I'm good in sales. So I'm gonna try to generate money to a portfolio and see if I can make it happen. If they believe in me and trust me, it's the only way to make it for them to let me trade a little bit and buy long term. Long term
mm,
for 2025, store it away in a cold wallet. Why? Because
mm.
if I'm taking 25 or 30,000, you want to put it away. You don't want to have it on an exchange
Oh
if
yeah,
it's for
yeah,
long
yeah.
term.
Mm,
But then if you buy it and you know what you're doing, and if you buy it at the low and you know it's gonna blow up, you can't buy it now. VC Alpha, you can't buy Bitcoin now. You just can't. It's gonna go down. We all know it.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
gonna
You
go
got
down
there's a
probably to
pullback.
30s.
There's a pullback. There's a pullback coming in.
Right. So that's what I'm gonna try to get as clients. I'm gonna try to learn how to trade. I hope I can succeed. It's gonna be patience and time. It's not gonna happen overnight. I will make mistakes, but I'm not gonna do it on feelings. I'll follow your guideline, your system with VC, and hopefully we can, make something happen. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll be excited, man, to start. So tomorrow we'll connect and I'll set up the stuff, send me some videos, and I'll let you know.
yeah, brilliant. Yeah, yeah. Oh shit, yeah. I was adding you. I didn't finish adding you. I got distracted. All right, cool. Yo, I'm gonna add you, and I've got to go bed. So good night again.
You got it. Good night, brother. Good
All
night.
right, guys. All right,
Bye.
Albert. All right,
Bye.
guys. Good night.
Good night. Good night, guys. Bye.
Night.
you